A very good morning and welcome to the Papre as we bring you live pictures here from Colombo, from the MCA Grounds for the game between Sri Lanka and Zimbabwe for the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. It's a hot and humid day out here in Colombo as both teams fresh off games yesterday. Sri Lanka got off to a flying start against USA in the Colts cricket ground, the host. As you see, both teams are making their way for the national anthems here at the MCA Grounds. Plenty of action on cards this morning as well here in Colombo. As you see, the fixtures lined up for today, the day number 2 of this IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025 in Pool A. New Zealand versus USA up in Bandaragama, then Zimbabwe versus Sri Lanka here at the MCA Grounds, and then in Mount Lavinia, UAE will take on Namibia, and then in Pool B, Pakistan versus Australia at the NCC Grounds just close by here, and West Indies will play on India at CCC, and Wales will take on Canada at the Bloomfield Grounds. So plenty of action, all 6 games being covered live on the Papare as an action-packed day awaits us. As I welcome Eric Gowda. A very good morning to you.
Good morning to all our viewers where in the world are watching these games. The IMC Over-50s World Cup. The action unfolded yesterday, and of course today is day number 2 as we see the full card of games being played. And here we are with yesterday's games. England versus Zimbabwe. England won by 7 wickets. New Zealand versus UAE. New Zealand won by 7 wickets. Sri Lanka USA. Sri Lanka won by 6 wickets. South Africa versus West Indies. West Indies won by 18 runs. And the closest to the games yesterday, Pakistan versus Wales. Pakistan won by 3 runs. And Australia versus India. Australia won by 3 wickets. So those are all the results of yesterday's games. So 6 more matches down for decision today. This is day 2 of this tournament at the MCA Grounds.
Indeed, and we have Shashrika down there for the all-important pitch report ahead of this important game, Sri Lanka versus Zimbabwe.
Welcome to the all-important pitch report between the game versus Sri Lanka and Zimbabwe. Now, before I get to the pitch report, I would like to talk a bit about the surroundings and the general atmosphere and feedback about this MCA ground. Generally quite moist at most times during the year, especially at the outfield, and has a correlation with the surface at most times. However, the last week has been extremely dry, therefore it won't be overly moist in the outer circle. But the results from yesterday would suggest that chasing would always be a good option. Now let's get to the pitch. So as you can see, there is a tinge of darkness towards the wicket. There's an even covering of grass. We expect the wicket to get better as this, whatever the moisture that there is going to go off the wicket, and chasing would definitely be the way to go. The surface is extremely hard and rolled in, and I'm pretty sure the captain winning the toss will have a ball first.
And just like Shashrika mentioned, the team winning the toss will want to have a ball first and try and get some use early on with the moisture as well. It will well and surely be a hot and humid day as the day progresses, but we have Harith Pereira and the 2 captains in the middle for the all-important toss.
We are here for the toss. We've got our 2 umpires, Martin Whale and John Holland, the Zimbabwe Over-50s skipper. As the home team will have the coin, and Sri Lanka Over-50s skipper Shane Fernando will call as Brian Goodwin will put the toss. Tails is the call.
It's heads.
You have won the toss.
Funny that it's not their home game and it's our home game. Yes, we have won the toss. We're going to have a bat today. Shane will stick you guys in the field. And reason for that, I think these guys have played a lot of cricket on these tracks and everything like that, so to try and set a score. And chase down. You know, we back ourselves as fighters. We try hard and we'll go. Guys got a big boost playing against England yesterday for the first time. Same thing. Also during the day it really gets very hot here first session, and generally the sea ocean breezes coming in the afternoon, so sometimes fielding seconds a little bit easier on the over-50s taxing bodies.
Okay, it's a taxing tournament, all right, Brian. But how has been the build-up? How's the facilities and how's the team faring?
Look, the team's faring pretty good. We have a couple of niggles at the moment, and unfortunately we've got one guy down with a bit of, we don't know if it's a virus or a bit of flu or something like that, so we've isolated him. We've also changed a couple of guys in the hotels. You know, different diets and stuff like that happen. The build-up to it has been great. This gentleman here, Mr. Shane Fernando, organising all these grounds and everything. I didn't notice it. I didn't realise it at the beginning how much he actually had to do it. So there was a bit of argy-bargy as well, because we lost a couple of our training grounds, you know. But then he came to the party and fixed it for us. So the whole build-up, the whole organisation, to be fair, has been pretty fantastic. In our find, we've had no hiccups. So us as a team, Zimbabwe, we can't thank the Sri Lankans enough. We really are. We're looking forward to the whole tournament. We know it's going to be tough. I've played, you know, alongside Shane a few times now, and you know, these type of tournaments are very tough.
Hopefully you'll have a good game today too.
Yes, hopefully we'll all have a good game today, and let's hope we come away with the win.
Shane, you would have done anything different had you won the toss?
No, I mean, we know the MCA wicket. I mean, it favours the spin as well, and I mean, it doesn't make a difference. To be honest, I was planning to field anyway, so I mean, it's good for us to start our fielding, and I don't see any difference. I would have done the fielding anyway.
What's a good total to chase on this?
The grounds here is the wicket is not. I wouldn't say it's a good best batting track. So I think anything over 200 will be a good challenge for the opposition, especially in the afternoon. So obviously our idea should be to lessen that and keep them below 200 and go for the target.
You are part of the organising committee as well as the playing 11. How is the tournament now that it has started?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of hard work to do the tournament, especially with so many teams, and you know, and then 6 games every day. But now it's all done, and now the tournament is going on. So everything seems to be fine now. So everybody's now concentrating on the game rather than the organising.
So another good performance from you. All the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
The story is that Zimbabwe Over-50s have won the toss and they will have a bat first.
And the news from the middle is Zimbabwe have won the toss and they will have a bat first. So interesting times ahead, as you see flags of the respective countries and the tournament, the Mercantile Cricket Association flag as well. And, plenty at stake here, Eric. What do you reckon happening this morning?
But I don't think that the Zimbabwe captain knows too much about the conditions out here. Unlike Shane Fernando, the Sri Lanka Over-50s captain, who's played here many times, and he knows what the conditions are here. But there we are, the two teams. So Shane Fernando, Saman Jayantha, Priyantha Rajapaksa, Russell Ingram, Indika Diseram, and Punyakanta as well, Abhigunu Sekara, Suwanji Madanayaka, Renuka Nonis, Rory Ingram, and Damita Vijayasekara making up the team. So the man not playing today is Ruin Pires, who made 92 not out yesterday. He's being rested apparently, according to Shane Fernando. And Zimbabwe, they have Richard Jarvis, Jimmy White, Jason Oates, and Emily Cooney, along with Gavin Lindsay, Nalka Fernando, familiar name, Brian Goodwin, Stuart Kashula, and Nadasha Wagmaria, Malcolm Jones, and Craig Parsons making up the Zimbabwe team. So one of the additional rules in this tournament is that each team can submit 12 names, and the 12th person can bowl. He can't bat, in fact, but he can field and bowl, so he can have a substitution, and the 12th person can bowl. And one more thing that is in this tournament is that if a batsman gets injured while running, he can have a substitute runner, which you can't have in ICC tournaments. So those are the two main things that are being worked out in this tournament. It's an over-50s tournament, so it's a lot of the old-timers and well, those who have got a heart to play cricket. They're still very good cricketers of yesteryear, and this is good to see because the number of matches being played a day, 6 matches a day, and all these matches being covered live by papare.com. So a lot of cricket being played, even though it's over-50s, but still a good standard of cricket. And that's the Sri Lankan dressing room. You see the Sri Lankan players as well in there. So 2 separate dressing rooms at the MCA Grounds. The ground a bit smaller than what we played on yesterday at the Coles, but still it's not easy to score runs sometimes, especially in the first session. A bit of moisture underneath, and the moisture could help the spinners as the game progresses. But second session should be a lovely track for batting. So a few spectators at the grounds as well, and this is good for cricket. And of course the teams playing this tournament are really enjoying the conditions here in Sri Lanka. Even though it's hot and humid, they still love all these facilities being afforded to them. The grounds that they're playing on are all lovely grounds, good quality grounds, and that's something that's so important in a game of cricket.
Indeed, Eric. And as the two umpires make way to the middle, Martin Whale and John Holland will be the match officials for the game between Sri Lanka and Zimbabwe. And an exciting game coming up here at the MCA Grounds.
You should add one more thing to the dynamic of this entire tournament. 13 foreign umpires are here. 13 foreign umpires. They've got 5 local umpires also in the fray. So a lot of international persons are involved in this tournament. There's no match referee because each team is supposed to really conduct themselves so well and shouldn't have a problem, in fact, playing any games in this tournament. And a lot of them know each other. They've played together before. So the Sri Lankan team fielding first, like they did yesterday as well, when USA Over-50s won the toss, selected bat first. They made 209 for 8 wickets in their 45 overs. Each side allowed 45 overs in an inning, and similar in today's game as well. So Zimbabwe batting first to be entitled to 45 overs, and the Sri Lankans will look to pick up wickets, and they got a fairly good bowling side as well. And with yesterday's game also being played, lots of them are playing today. So back-to-back games for the Sri Lankans and also for Zimbabwe, and back-to-back games also for the other teams as well. So everybody is playing back-to-back games today, and this is something that might have a telling on the body, for instance, but it seems to be that they warmed up and no ill effects from yesterday's game as well.
Indeed, it's not going to be easy at this day and age. These over-50s play back-to-back games, and in this heat as well, Eric, it will always take a toll on them. But all these players are here to put on a fight.
Yes, that's right. Even though you got very strong sun out here, it's going to burn, in fact, and the humidity is going to be pretty high, but still everybody enjoys their game of cricket. And there's no doubt that all these players who are representing the different countries in the over-50s, they're all very much into the game. They love to play the game. And this is something that's so good to see, that they're so committed, dedicated to playing cricket. And this is what is really important to see all these players of yesteryear, perhaps in the over-50s category, playing in this World Cup for 2025. So the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025 in Sri Lanka. In 2023 they played in South Africa. So it keeps shifting from country to country, and this perhaps augurs well for all these teams playing. 14 teams are down in this tournament, and that's what makes it so interesting, that all these teams are looking to put up their best performance. I see the Zimbabwe openers also walking to the middle, and well, this is going to all go well, as the game will start in about 2 minutes from now. Or it's about 10 o'clock in the morning in Sri Lanka, so the game will get underway perhaps very quickly. The field is well spread out, well set. The umpires have a few concerns, having a chat with Shane Fernando at the moment, the Sri Lankan Over-50s captain. And what it could be, we really wouldn't know, but whatever the concerns are, they seem to have worked out. sorted out and the game would get underway. So the head umpire stands in his place at the moment, waiting for the leg umpire also to settle in. As looking at the Sri Lanka Over-50s, their field for the first over, got a slip in place, a backward point, extra cover in the mid-off, and on the onside, a short fine leg, deep mid-wicket, and the mid-on. Thus the Sri Lanka Over-50s field, and the deep mid-wicket now being brought in down towards the standard mid-wicket position. So a bit of attacking cricket being played in the first few overs, as over number 1 about to get underway.
Indeed, it will be Richard Jarvis and Jimmy White who will open the batting for Zimbabwe. Right-hand batter Jarvis will take strike.
Right, so extra gully being brought in. So slip and a gully in place. With the backward point, a point and the mid-off, that's the offside field. And on the onside, the man at fine leg now, that short fine leg has moved to fine leg. A mid-wicket and a mid-on. Right, the first ball about to be delivered. Umpire calls play, and here we go. Player miss outside the line of off stump. Wicketkeeper collects. Dot ball to start with. Got to be careful when you play those deliveries outside the line of off stump. You get a little nick. Either wicketkeeper or the slip and a gully could be in business. Again a player miss outside the line of off stump. Chaminda in operation. No great pace, but trying to pitch the ball up there and thereabout to make the batsman play.
Richard Jarvis, known as Rich, in the middle, 56 years of age.
Pulled away on the onside this time. Finds the gap in mid-wicket and mid-on. Down to the boundary it goes for the first boundary. The first runs for Zimbabwe on the board. 4 for no wicket of the third delivery of this first over.
Zimbabwe get underway with the boundary. Jarvis had no second invitation to punch that to the fence as they get underway with a boundary. Early pressure on Chaminda.
Lovely shot. Beautiful timing. Finds the gap between point and extra cover. Down to the boundary, 4 more.
This is beautiful batting. Taking on the loose deliveries with its merits. There's another boundary to the tally of Zimbabwe. Loosener first up from Chaminda. Easy pickings for Jarvis. He'll be high on confidence now. 2 boundaries in quick time for Zimbabwe.
Right, so the gully goes out to extra cover. So you got 1 slip in place, the backward point, the extra cover in the mid-off, that's the offside field. So still more field placements taking place. You got the man at fine leg, mid-wicket and mid-on, the 3 men on the onside. Sliced in the arm, but very safe indeed. Down towards third man it goes.
Jarvis taking the attack on now. He had a very watchful couple of deliveries first up. And then he's looking to take the attack on as Jimmy White will take a strike for the first time in the game. 52 years of age. Jimmy White, quite an experienced batsman, currently playing in Zambia county districts.
Outside the line of off stump, shoulders, arms, end of the over, 1 over completed, and Zimbabwe Over-50s 9 for no wicket.
blissful start from Zimbabwe. 9 runs coming in that first over. Courtesy a couple of boundaries from Richard Jarvis, who's known as Rich. He looks to take on the bowlers. We saw he had a watchful couple of deliveries to start off, and from there on he was taking the attack on.
So spin from the pavilion end, and the field again, one slip in place, the backward point, an extra cover, and the long off on the offside. On the onside, a short fine leg, a backward square leg, a mid wicket, and a deep mid on. So trying to pick up wickets is the Sri Lanka Over-50s. They want the spinners to perhaps do the job. Suwanji Madanayaka in operation, picked up 2 wickets yesterday at the Colts grounds.
Sri Lanka using the same ploy from yesterday, starting off with the spin from the other end. Madanayaka got a couple of wickets yesterday. Would want to add more to his wickets tally as the tournament goes on. It would be a good matchup between the right-hander and the left-arm orthodox spin-off Suwanji Madanayaka.
He's bowling left arm round the wicket to the right-hander. Couple of dot balls to start off with. Well bowled. Forced the batsman on the front foot. He drives down the track. The bowler fields on his follow through. Big shout! Big shout! Not out, says the umpire. Perhaps sliding down the leg side. We'll take a look at that again.
Early shout from Madanayaka. Close call, as umpire Holland says otherwise.
Five dot balls in this first over from Madanayaka. Kept the batsman busy, made him play every single delivery.
Indeed, and bowling a wicket-to-wicket line can be always a menace for the batsman as he continues to bowl in that line, but beautifully cut away from Richard to the boundary, and the outfield helping Richard as well, as 4 runs to end that over, a spoiler in the end. Zimbabwe 13 for no loss after 2.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
Chaminda to continue from the other end. Started off a bit wayward after a good couple of deliveries where Richard took him on. Just misses the outside edge. Good bowling.
So important to bowl in the right areas, especially in these over-50s games, that if you bowl in those blind spots, difficult for batsmen to really read you. And that was one typical delivery. See, outside the line of off stump, unsighted the batsman for a moment. Lofted well, clears the field. It's gone all the way for 6. That's a good strike indeed by Jimmy.
Wonderful strike. Getting in the middle of the bat, and looks like that ball is coming on well to the bat. Jimmy White gets a maximum early on, as you see the replay. Heaped over the mid-off fielder, and it travels the distance. So Zimbabwe taking the attack on to Sri Lanka.
So the ball has cleared the boundary at the far end of the grounds. Perhaps gone across that the little wall as well. So a couple of players walking across to try and retrieve the ball. One little spot in the grounds there that perhaps there's no great protection, but the other parts of the grounds, I don't think the ball can clear the wall or the fence or whatever it is. Well, the ball has come back. And for the benefit of all our viewers, we are watching this live telecast of this game between the Zimbabwe Over-50s and the Sri Lanka Over-50s in the IMC Over-50s World Cup, coming to you from the MCA Grounds. The news is that they're using a pink ball. The pink ball, white side screens. The pink ball could be seen much better by batsmen. That's the theory, because the white ball perhaps a bit difficult to read. And they don't use red balls for the pyjama cricket, as they call it. No change in the field. The slip is still in place with that short third man. The point extra cover in the mid-off was standing rather deep at the moment. The man had deep backward square leg, a mid-wicket and deep mid-on. That's the onside field. And here's Chumming the right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Jamie White. Played a miss outside the line of off stump. That's the correct line and length that you will require to bowl. The moment to try and put the ball up to the batsman, he could use his feet, he could go down the track, loft you over the offside or the onside. And this is the real good length to keep bowling. To beat the batsman outside the line of off stump, can get a nick. Again a big hit. That's another big one. It goes all the way. It clears that boundary by some distance. Another six, so 2 sixes so far in this over. Jimmy White enjoying himself.
Surely enjoying himself in some style here. Jimmy White taking the attack on and in some way putting this Sri Lankan bowlers under a lot of pressure now. Under the pump Sri Lanka early on. Jimmy White, for his 12 runs, has whacked 2 maximums. And that was a big heave.
Right, the ball has disappeared behind those practice nets. Lots of trees down there. Lots of the guys looking for the ball as well. Because that was a big hit, in fact. The moment he left the bat, we knew he was going over that rope for 6. And have they found the ball? Yes, they have found the ball, no doubt. But the ball was taken a bashing so far because these big hits will certainly bash the ball up a bit. We'll see a change of the ball as the innings goes along. I don't know. We're only using 1 pink ball per inning. So the ball back safely. Jimmy White set to throw his bat once again. There's not much you can do when a batsman is in such a mood. And now that deep backward square leg being brought in to the 20-yard circle. So he comes into a backward square leg position. Counting the number of fielders outside the circle. That's what the batsmen are doing with the umpires. Yeah, making sure that all the rules are being observed. Outside the line of off stump this time. No problem for the batsman. Shoulders, arms, wicket keeper collects. So a rare dot ball. And Zimbabwe Over-50s 25 for no wicket after 2.5 overs. So last ball, the third over coming up. Good healthy run rate at the moment by Zimbabwe. Player miss outside the line of off stump. 3 overs completed. Zimbabwe Over-50s 25 for no wicket.
It's been a stellar wicket here at MCA as of now. Just the 3 overs in it, 25 runs. And Zimbabwe going on with a good run rate as well, 8 runs per over as of now. Suvanjit will continue from the commentary box end. As you can have a view of the wicket, as pictures earlier we had from our visuals, the pitch looking a belter. As the day goes on, it's a used wicket from yesterday, the game between UAE and New Zealand, and cracker of delivery to start off from Suwanji for his second over.
Yes, even a spinner, it depends on the areas you bowl. You've got to bowl in the right areas if you want to keep the batsman quiet, because they're looking for big hits all the time. They look for the short delivery. Nicely turned away, but straight to the fielder at square leg, so no chance of a run once again. Swanji's first over, you can see just one run. The correction, it was 4 runs. In fact, one shot that went down towards third man for 4. He thought it should be in a single, but he went down to the boundary for 4.
Indeed, that last final delivery of that over just spoils his first over. Once again, bowling that threatening lines is Madanayaka. Bowling wicket to wicket will be the ploy for Sri Lanka. Would love to see a slip in coming. As the batsman 9-2 minds when playing Madanayaka, because he's often driving that batsman to play in the front foot.
So last ball of Madanayaka's second over, the 4th of the innings. 5 dot balls so far in this over. Half-hearted appeal, but will end over. Maiden over for Madanayaka. 4 completed. Zimbabwe Over-50s, 25 for no wicket. .25 for no wicket. We've had 15 minutes of play so far. 4 overs have been bowled. Jimmy on 12, Richard on 13. Are we going to see a change in the bowling? I think yes, we're seeing a change in the bowling.
Indeed, after that earlier onslaught from Jimmy and Richard against Chaminda, I think skipper Shane Fernando has been forced to bring on a new bowler, as Ravi Pereira will be introduced into the attack for the first time for the day, after a couple of expensive overs from Chaminda. An early change for the Sri Lanka Over-50s in the bowling department. Just the 2 solitary overs for Chaminda, was taken to all parts of the ground here.
So Ravi Pereira, a medium pacer, right arm medium pacer. About 5 or 6 steps and then delivers. First one was outside the line of off stump. So Jimmy, 2 sixes for his 12 runs. He's faced 8 balls so far. So he deals with sixes. Going for a cut shot. Gets beaten outside the line of off stump. Wicketkeeper collects. So that's what it's all about. Trying to keep the batsman quiet. Because the moment they can free their arms and play those big shots. But it's not a very big ground here, the MCA. And pretty easy to hit that ball over the ropes.
Yes, surely Jimmy White whacks a power here.
Makes contact this time. Hits it through the gap on the offside. That's racing the boundary for 4. Real power in that shot. It went between that point and extra cover fielder. And the outfield is pretty fast as well. So the moment it beats the fielders, there's no chance of cutting it off. You'll get good results for your shots.
Indeed, and as you see, Jimmy White just picking up from where he left off in that previous over. No mind the bowling change for him. He will take the bowling on here. He's raced away to 16 in just 10 deliveries, and all 16 of his runs have come courtesy boundaries. A couple of sixes and just a solitary boundary as of now for Jimmy White. Swing.
Huge hike. Doesn't make contact. That ball kept a trifle low as well from Ravi Pereira. Was going for the bigger heave on the onside. If he made contact, that would have just cleared the grounds for sure.
Indeed, he's just throwing the second sink at it now. Jimmy White. Left alone.
Yes, he seems to be a batsman who's just waiting for those loose deliveries of the balls that are pitched short, and where he can get under them and hit them round the park. Not so interested in playing those balls outside the line of off stump, but he played a few and missed. Pulled away again. How high did that go? Into the boundary for 4 this time, on the onside through the vacant mid-wicket region. And that'll end the over 5 completed. Zimbabwe Over-50s 33 for no wicket.
Mama Gajaman.
Thank you, Reshwan. Thank you, Eric. Good morning, Shashrika.
Good morning to you, Haritha. Bright and sunny day here at the MCA Cricket Grounds. Zimbabwe off to a flyer.
Yeah, they are enjoying their batting. Some loose bowling too. On that occasion, Ravi Pereira dropping you. This guy is a different proposition altogether. Suwanji Madanayaka is an experienced Masters cricketer in this country. He was felicitated by the Wisden Almanac for being the oldest first-class cricketer active a couple of years ago.
Yes, veteran left-arm spinner, especially in the domestic circuit, capturing over 350 first-class wickets. So he definitely knows what he's doing. He's been in touch, as you said. He's kept things pretty quiet from one end, and that's probably an indicator to the skipper. Maybe get the spinners on from both ends.
Obviously, yes. I think the Sri Lanka has made few changes, more than a few changes from the game that they won yesterday. Duminda Somaviri is not playing, Pujita Udwana is not playing, Ruvin Piris is not playing. The Ingram brothers are included. One of them is keeping. That's Rory. Russell is the other one. Then Ravi Pereira, who bowled the last over, is also included in the side.
A ball drifting down to the leg side. Richard has got off to a very decent start. So has Jimmy. In that sense, they both looked very positive and aggressive. Again, drifting down towards the leg side. Clear plan by Suwanji to cramp the batsman, not giving any width.
Yeah, he's bowling to his field, which is very encouraging. Played across the line, but he got bat to ball on that occasion. Oh, it's well fielded. That's a lot of effort on his part. It's Dilshan Amarasinghe who played in that last game. I don't see him in the lineup. 6 completed. And Zimbabwe Over-50s electing to bat at 35 without loss against Sri Lanka Over-50s at the MCA.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 74 21 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
on the first day yesterday, Zimbabwe lost to England in the Over-50s World Cup first round matches. Well, I'll tell you, Jason Oates, their vice-captain wicket-keeper, he scored 100. 5 sixes, 9 fours, 116 ball, 107. So that's great encouragement when you consider the start that they've got at the moment.
Yeah, change of bowling from the far end.
Daminda Vijayasekara, quality player he was, if I'm not mistaken, from Nalanda.
Well, Sri Lanka, a lot of options, spin options, especially left arm spinners. There's 2 or 3 of them in the park. The captain definitely seeing the light through the spinners, I may say. It might just, hold up a bit, especially in the morning hours. Get some perches off the track. And this is Sri Lanka's strength. And obviously at this age, you wouldn't expect fast bowlers to be of any rapid pace. So
exactly,
the most obvious thing would be to back your spinners.
Yeah, James White, who's facing now, has played great cricket in Brisbane, Australia, and county districts in Central Highlands of Queensland. Elite level 2 coach with Cricket Australia. That's what they wanted. That's the bowling change that has given them that breakthrough.
There we go, straight away. Daminda producing the results that Sri Lanka wanted. The batsman going right across the line. Ball going through, kind of an arm ball, straight through to the stump. And there we go, the first wicket down for Zimbabwe. Jimmy White departs for 20 of 15 balls.
Okay.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujithu 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
So the new batter for Zimbabwe is the vice captain, Jason Oakes. He's striding on to the middle. A right-handed batter. Actually,
he's the centurion.
Yes,
he's the centurion from
he's
yesterday.
a left-handed batter.
Yeah.
So this might assist the batter because the ball comes in with the angle, the left-arm spin. So probably a tactical change. I'm not really sure if he batted at number 3 yesterday. If he did, then it's his place. But if not, could be a tactical change too.
Okay, I'll tell you, this is a battle of the southpaws now. Left-arm spinner, left-handed batter. Strong chap. So he could easily clear the boundary. Mercantile Cricket Association at Vijayarama Mawatha, a very popular cricketing venue. Over 100 years. Plays a lot of cricket in mercantile cricket tournaments. Daminda Vijayasekara battling it out.
I'll tell you one thing that has struck me so far, Haritha, as the next ball has been clipped down towards deep mid-wicket for a single. The vice captain is off the mark. The quality of cricket that has been displayed over the last 2 days has been remarkable. I mean, obviously there is a category involved in terms of age when you're following this tournament, but the quality and the standard, the fitness levels collectively has been remarkable.
This is a different story. Sri Lankans are experiencing it. Not only because it's a World Cup. Well bowled once again, Daminda. You can see that the variation is creating a bit of a problem on Richard too. Good pressure.
Very close score once again, but the umpire says no, and that's the end of the 7th over. Zimbabwe 36 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So Jason Oates, chartered accountant, entrepreneur, runs his own business. Tennis and hockey as a schoolboy. So that explains a little bit. He's just made the cut at 50 years.
So he's relatively young, I would say.
Yeah, comparatively. Represented the country at junior international level. Well, he has played against England, England A and Pakistan as they toured Zimbabwe in the late 1990s. So he's a very experienced player.
Very experienced indeed. Madanayaka losing the plot there slightly. Change in strike with the left-hander coming in.
He's based in England, in Sussex. Jason Oates.
I'm pretty sure he still actively plays some sort of league cricket over there.
He has to.
Seems like it.
Yeah, he's very strong on his feet. You could see that. Richard Jarvis, 56 years. Director of a manufacturing, planning, software and consultancy company, and based in England. ECB level 2 volunteer coach among others.
That's a brilliant stop there by Saman Jayanta.
He's one of the fitter players, national cap, strong player, coach. You need this sort of assistance to the bowler. And Madanayaka is keeping things very quiet. He's into his 4th over. Just 8 runs. Troubled the batters, all of them.
This is what Suwanji brings into the table right throughout his career as a first-class cricketer. He's been very economical as a bowler. That's how he builds the pressure. That's how sometimes the counterpart from the other end gets more wickets as well. So he's doing the brunt of what's needed for Sri Lanka to hold one end up, to ensure that the runs are, at a minimum from one end.
And another tight over from Suwanji Madanayaka. 38 for 1. Zimbabwe Over-50s electing to bat after 8.
Mama Gajaman.
We must say with a lot of nostalgia that the player profile from Zimbabwe is very good. And they've mentioned that their license officer Michael Adams, who's a qualified coach, is officially their coach for the team. So congratulations, our commentary colleague, Michael Adams. He's virtually almost everywhere.
That's great areas there.
Sanjeev Kadavatharachi is the liaison officer for Sri Lanka.
Oh, yes. That's good.
Sri Lanka Over-50 should also let us have a player profile, which would be a lot better. Most of the players we know, but you need to have a player profile officially. I think the authorities would take note of that. As the host country, I think it goes with a lot of pride to represent the country too, for all of them.
Yeah, that could be good in terms of memorabilia, good in terms of information out there, even to us.
Yeah, even to us. That's what we are trying to say.
Yeah. I mean, overall, a very good gesture. I'm pretty sure most teams have done that. I'm wondering why Sri Lanka has not, but
probably they have done that. We've not got it. So, double spin attack, left arm spinners from both ends, and there is a certain amount of control so far. 9 completed, 38 for 1. That's a maiden from Davinder.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and the papare.com.
I believe the teams have enjoyed playing on first-class grounds, most of it. And even the school venues are really good at St. Thomas's, particularly. Leading edge.
Swanji creating the odd opportunity. He's into his 5th over. He's only conceded 8 runs so far. So as suspected, spin doing the bulk of the bowling, plus making immediate strides into this Zimbabwean inning, and that's down the leg side, called a wide by the umpire. This could be the trend. Haritha, the Sri Lankan captain, I'm pretty sure, would go for his spinners. I'm pretty sure there's another 2-3 spinners to follow up.
That's John Holland, the head umpire from England.
There we go, another half a chance. But this time, Wade in the fielder, going down towards the deep square leg boundary. That's swept by the fielder there, and they cross through for 1 run. I would like to say 2, but I'd rather say 1 at this age.
Yeah. What do you mean? At your age? Yeah, 1.5 decades lesser than what you are qualified to play in this.
I was referring to them, Haritha, not mine.
I tell you, they are very fit, they are very focused. It's nice, it's good. This tournament will infuse a lot of Masters cricket in Sri Lanka. There are a lot of them playing Masters cricket. Dropped it short. He's lucky he got away with that one, Madanayaka. Probably tried to hurry the ball on Jason Oates. He'll have to be careful with him.
Indika Desera might chip in with a few overs of off spin.
I think Saman Jayant will bowl before
Saman
that.
Jayant as well, yeah. Seen him bowl some off spin too.
Yeah. And then the other one is Punyakanta Abe Gunasekar. He bowled reasonably well yesterday. So after that flurry of runs by the openers, I think Zimbabwe are into the long haul. They know that it's a good wicket. This is a place full of runs. You saw it early, and there'll be a lot of runs available for them.
Yeah, as the pitch report suggested, even when I did it, I saw it being a bit tacky, slightly on the darker side, especially in the morning hours, and you expect it to dry off. That's especially why I thought the spinners would come into play up front.
End of another tight over from Swanji Madanayaka. He's gone for 11 of 5. End of the first in over. Zimbabwe Over-50s electing to bat 41 for 1 at the MCA Grounds against Sri Lanka Over-50s.
I thought he had a playing 12. If somebody goes out, he cannot stay for more than 5 hours.
completed, and Zimbabwe are 41
So you have to take part in it.
It's going to take time for beyond the tape.
I stand to be corrected. I stand to be corrected again. Not trying to do your job, just clarification. That's quite all right.
So Zimbabwe 41 for 1 after 10 overs, and the two left-arm spinners certainly curbed the run rate for Zimbabwe Over-50s. And when they were going great guns, some big sixers coming in. A wicket fell in the meantime, and it's all happening out here in the middle at the MCA Grounds. And this is over number 11 about to get underway. In the meantime, we are really fortunate that we have Tim Trumbas, who's a part of the squad, in fact. We'll come to that in a moment.
Well ball. Now what the
He's on the onside looking for one, but smart fielding again prevents single being taken. So Tim Trumbas, a part of the squad, but he's got a little niggle, so he's not playing in this match. And he's joining us on the commentary. And good morning, Tim, and welcome.
Hi, Eric. Thanks very much, man. What an honor and pleasure to be here again, talking to you.
Well bowled again.
Yeah,
Really
the
good.
ground's looking beautiful, so looking forward to an exciting day. The guys have really looked forward to playing against Sri Lanka because obviously we have Nando with us, who's of Sri Lankan heritage. So
This one is clipped away on the onside,
great shot
down towards deep mid-wicket. They'll pick up a single for that. Total moves on to 42 for the loss of 1 wicket. And, well, Tim, I know that this may be the first time that you're visiting Sri Lanka.
It is the first time. Beautiful country. We're really enjoying it. The guys have settled in quite easily and quite quickly. It's very similar to home. A bit hotter, though, I have to be honest.
And Daminda once again, left arm round the wicket, outside the line of off stump. Tickled away down towards backward point, but there's no chance of run. The ball was travelling very quickly indeed towards backward point. So you got the short third man, the backward point, a point, extra cover and the long off on the offside. Driven again on the offside. The sweep has been pulled away. The ball is slowing down. Will it cross the rope? Well, a fielder is after it, picked up just inside the boundary. They come back for 2.
Well bowled, Dami.
Yes, so we're talking about Zimbabwe Over-50s and playing in this tournament. Well, I think this is a welcome tournament for a lot of the Over-50s from lots of countries, 14 teams participating in this tournament.
Yeah, it was a good opening ceremony. You know, we got a chance to look at each other and see and meet up. Some friendships were made, and as well as in the team, because the makeup of our team is that we're not always based together. We're scattered all over the world. So the guys have been spending the last couple of days.
Right, so 11 overs completed. Zimbabwe Over-50s 44 for the loss of 1 wicket.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialogue View app and welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app.
Right, so drinks off the field, and Zimbabwe Over-50s 44 for 1 after 11 overs. Richard on 18, Jason on 4. I mean, the 1 for 4, that's his figures. He's bowled well. And the 2 spinners they talked to, 2 left-arm spinners that kept things nice and tight for the Sri Lankan Over-50s. So, quite a lot of work for the Zimbabwe batsmen. And, well, we got Tim Trumbas with us, who's a part of the squad but not playing because he's got a niggle. And, Tim, tell us about the strengths of this team.
Well, I think we, looking at the top order today, I think, and yesterday's result, was the first time together. We posted 220 for England, against England. We felt that we were a little bit short on the ground, and I think that proved out at the end. But we weren't unhappy, keeping England out there and scoring 45, batting for 45 overs. So we're quite happy with that beginning of the presence. Today we're looking at having a little bit of a go at Sri Lanka, so we felt that we would come out here and perform really well. So we're looking to target, post a good score and see if our bowlers can defend it.
Another change in the bowling, another spin option. That is Saman Jayanta, the right arm spinner in action.
Yeah, so carrying on from that, I think, with Jason and Richard out there at the moment, Jason's looking a little bit tender earlier on, but he's starting to warm up now. I think that if these two hang around together and put a partnership together, there could be a bit of fireworks later on at the moment. So.
Yes, in fact, Zimbabwe won the toss. They let to bat first in this encounter. And what type of total are you all looking at in 45 overs?
I think the first total for us would be 220 is our bare minimum to go for. I think we could probably feel that we could defend that. Anything over that, we'll be backing ourselves to have a good chance. I think our thought patterns will be that the Lankan guys won't hang about. They're not gonna leave us wondering, and having a go at it in the beginning. So that'll obviously translate to hopefully a lot of chances. So we think if we can put a bit of scoreboard pressure on, we'll be okay. We had a look at the England warm-up game against Sri Lanka. There was I think the total of 260, and we just felt that the Sri Lankans were a little bit impetuous chasing that total of 260. So anything around there, we'd be over the moon if we could get there.
Trying to force it to the back foot on the offside, doesn't make contact, wicketkeeper collects. So that's another dot ball from Saman Jayanta. He's bowled 3 balls in his first over, the 12th of the innings. He's got a slip in place. Driven up halfway down the ground towards long off. They'll pick up a single for that. Tidying done up at long off. And so we got a slip. The field crosses over for the right hand. And now we got a left hand, right hand combination in the middle. So the IMC Over-50s World Cup coming to you live from the MCA Grounds. We've got 6 matches down for decision today. And all 6 games being covered by papare.com. Hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you're watching us at this moment. And here's Richard on strikes at 18. He's batted well.
Yeah, I like what Simon's doing here. He's come on and he's taken the pace off from the first 3 deliveries to Jason, and then that first one to Richard. Just put it through a little bit quicker. and another one that's slightly quicker than when he was bowling to Jason. So it seems that he's thinking there, and he's kept it nice and tight so far. What is that? One off the over only.
Right, so 12 overs completed. Zimbabwe Over-50s 45 for 1.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papre TV, Dialogue View app and the Papre.com.
So over number 13 about to get underway. Most spin options. Daminder 1 for 4 of 3 overs. Kept things nice and tight at the moment. Played towards backward point. So the field for the left armour, he's got a short third man, a backward point, extra cover and the long off on the offside. On the onside, he's got that short fine leg, a backward square leg, a deep mid wicket, a mid wicket and a long on. Nicely driven away on the offside, straight towards long off. He'll pick up a single for that. And the total moves on to 46 for the loss of 1 wicket. We're in over number 13. Conditions here at the MCA Grounds, hot and humid. I'm pretty sure that some of the boys not used to these conditions.
No, not at all. This was our first practice ground, or our second practice ground, and just let him bowl that ball.
Looking for a single.
Well done, good work, guys.
Yes, no.
Yeah, a lot of excitement out there. Good loud calling though, so that saved us. Yeah, some of the boys felt that the heat was draining it out of them on the second practice. Yeah, me being one of them. Yeah, it is very, very tough conditions, especially for the 6 guys that have come out of the UK to join the camp. It's been a tough transition.
Oh, but you get used to it after a couple of days, I suppose. And when you're playing cricket and you've got a heart in cricket, nothing worries you.
Yeah. As long as we're having fun, and there's lovely pools at the hotel, so lots of cooling down.
Nicely played, but straight to Saman Jayant fielding at short extra cover. So another dot ball, and Daminder's done well. 1 for 5 these figures. 2 balls left in the over. Again off the back foot, forced on the offside. A bit of a fumble at a point allows the batsman to cross for a single. Total up by 1 more to 47 for 1 after 12.5 overs. The last ball, the over coming up. And the left-hander is on strike at the moment. So things are quietened down after the first few overs where it rained sixers and boundaries.
Well, I feel that these 2 bowlers especially have really...
Oh, there we are. Going for a stump. Given out.
Oh, that's given out.
Well, he was certainly... looking to work it on the onside, wide called in the meantime. So 1 run, but of course a stumping will take place. Even though a batsman plays it wide and he's beaten out the off stump or the leg side, and if the stumping takes place, he's out. There we are on the crease. Yeah, the bails are off. Good decision from the square leg umpires. So second wicket falls, and the Zimbabwe Over-50s lose the second wicket. And it's 47 for 2. Jason Oates is the man out for 6 of 21 balls. And that's a bit of a setback for Zimbabwe Over-50s, because they must have looking at Jason Oates as well to make some runs.
Yeah, I think it's disappointing. You know, it was great glove work though, really, really good stumping. So, you know, Jason will be disappointed. But I feel that the team today bats quite deep in terms of where we can go. And I think if we just carry on doing what they're doing, we could still get there.
Yes, if you bat deep, perhaps a good chance of getting about 220. And on this ground, perhaps 220 is a bit short, because it's much smaller the ground size compared to the other grounds that you play on. And outfield is lightning fast, there's no doubt. The ball passes the fielder, hardly a chance of stopping it to run down to the boundary. And then even scoring sixers, not so difficult on this ground.
Yeah. I felt that the bowlers tightened up quite a lot there, so something was going to give it that in this period. And all hats off to Sri Lanka for taking advantage of that.
Come on, let's
so 13 overs completed. Zimbabwe Over-50s 47 for the loss of 2 wickets. New man in is Emlyn.
Emlyn Kun, yeah. Emlyn's coming out. Solid hitter of the ball as well. we can expect him to be looking to score.
Thank you, buddy.
Very German name, Imrin Kung.
Well, part of being in a colony, I think.
Right, so here we are. First ball of the new over. Comes forward, wrapped to the pad. Big shout again. Give it out! Oh goodness, it took a while for the umpire to raise his finger. And well, that's another big wicket. So the Sri Lankan Over-50s, they picked up their third wicket. And that's a bonus to pick up 3 wickets. Look at that. Let's take a look at that. Wrapped on the pad, pretty low. Perhaps straightening up as well. Wicketkeeper and bowler very interested. The umpire took a while to raise his finger, but in the end, the finger came up. So it's now 48 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, shame. What a shame. He feel disappointed with that, I think. So, but calls there. It's damage is done. Boys will have to now rally around and keep focused. Get back, calm down, and see how we can pull it together from here. Hats off to Sri Lanka. They've stuck with the task after the fireworks at the beginning.
Yes, I think the strength for the Sri Lankan Over-50s is that they got so many bowlers who bowl spin and quite a few left-arm spinners. That's so important to know that you've got left-arm spinners where you're bowling to right-hand batsmen most of the time.
Yeah.
And so good chance of picking up some wickets as you go along.
Yeah, I think Sri Lanka is going to be, it's a home ground, home country for Sri Lanka, and I think they're going to be a handful in this tournament, and difficult to beat at best of times.
But I think lots of good teams in this tournament. Of the 14 teams that are playing, we had a close game yesterday between Pakistan and Wales when Pakistan won by 3 runs. In fact. So, there we are. So.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great tournament. The guys are getting used to the conditions now, and as the tournament rolls on, everyone will be becoming more adept at playing in the conditions and understanding.
I think one of the problems you have is playing back-to-back.
Yeah, a very tiring format. From yesterday straight into today, 1 day break, and then we're into the Namibian game, and then a couple of days break, and then back-to-backs again. I mean, the whole cycle of the tournament is very tough on old bodies.
So 46 for 3 is Zimbabwe Over-50s. New batsman is Gavin, is it?
I just couldn't see who came out there. Gavin Lindsay, I think it should be that.
Gavin Lindsay. And to identify some of these players as well, the first time that we are doing a coverage of a Zimbabwe Over-50s team.
I don't have my best eyes on either. Glasses.
Yeah, brings him forward, plays gently on the onside. He's got to get a feel of the conditions out here, the wicket itself. The wicket is a good wicket for batting, there's no doubt about that. So Richard, the batsman on strike.
I think Richard's going to be looking to hold up one end here, and I think Gavin's whole process will probably, in his mind, be hang about with Richard and try and stabilize the ship. He did that very well yesterday for us. I think we were 26 for 3 yesterday against England, and then he consolidated the ship for us.
Yes, I think so. You did well to consolidate from that point. Opens the face, runs it down to third man. At least a couple here. And they're coming back for the second run. The return on its way. You've got to bat intelligently now.
Well, I think from Richard, what you'll see from Richard here is he's very adept in threading the ball down that third man region. He'll be looking for anything wide to be thread down there and either getting off strike or turning around for 2. That's really a go-to shot for him, so we could probably see a lot more of that coming on.
Works it towards square leg this time. No chance of run. The ball travelling very quickly out there. So Saman Jayantha into his second over, 1.4 overs, none for 3 figures. Richard is on 21 of 46 deliveries. Driven straight out towards short mid-wicket. Now the dot ball ends the over, 14 completed. Zimbabwe Over-50s, 50 for 3.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Can I have both stuff as well, please, up?
Oh, okay. Zimbabwe Over-50s 50 for 3 after 14 overs, and Daminda to continue. His figures are 3 for 5 from the 4 overs he's bowled. Each bowler allowed 9 overs. That's the maximum number of overs a bowler is allowed. And he's bowling this time to Gavin, who's still to score, still to face a ball, in fact, the left-hander. In the block hole, digs it out. The ball runs out to the ball who fields on his follow-through.
I think Daminda's bowled exceptionally well. Yeah, I mean, his figures 3 for 5. Great controlling job. And then the pressure's told. He's done really, really well.
He just from the field to the slip. Is he being moved out? No, he's not being moved out. For a moment, I thought he's being moved out. But he's going to have that slip in place. Short third man. The point extra cover and the long off on the offside. On the onside, short fine leg, deep mid-wicket. A mid-wicket and a long on. Plays defensively this time. The ball runs out on the offside. No chance of run. And still 50 for the loss of 3 wickets after 14.2 overs. And where are we watching us of this match? We're coming live to you from the MCA Grounds in Colombo. Another defensive stroke. So this is the IMC Over-50s World Cup being played. 6 matches down for decision every day. And we have coverage going for all 6 venues. Gets an edge, the ball runs down to short third man. Looking for a single that time was Gavin, but Richard sent him back, quite rightly so.
Yeah, I think Gavin, in his mind here, will be trying to get off strike and rotating it for Richard. I think this is his 3rd World Cup, so he's quite experienced in this situation.
Right, another dot ball. So Tim Trombus, thank you so much for joining us because we'll be finishing up after 15 overs. The change of the commentary coming up as well. We have 1 ball left in over number 15. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Really enjoyed it.
Thank you. And here's Damindu who bowls to him now. Again comes forward, plays out of the offside to point. End of the over, 15 completed. Zimbabwe Over-50s, 50 for 3. Time for the change of the commentaries.
Now on Dialogue Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialogue View app. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the View app and add your Dialogue Television connection today. Dialogue, official sponsor of the National...
Welcome back. After 15 overs, Zimbabwe 50 for 3. As I join Shash to the combox. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Reshwan. So Saman Janta was bowled 2 overs for 3 runs, holding things back. 16th over in progress. Talking a bit about Saman Janta, currently involved with Sri Lanka cricket as an under-19 coach, if I'm not mistaken. He's been involved in the coaching circuit for a few years now. So very close call. But umpire suggests it is going down leg. And Richard. Let's look at the replay. Seem pretty close.
Close call as Richard survives. He's had to held one end now. This is the live score update from the game between Pakistan and Australia. Currently Pakistan 77 for 1 in 14 overs.
It's plenty of cricket here at the Papare, especially with the World Cup happening. About 6 games happening concurrently, and coverage given for all 6. So next ball, uses his feet, plays it down towards the long on region, fielded by Suwanji Madanayaka. Score moves on to 51 at the end of 16 overs.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's cooking out. Thursdays on Food.
Saman Jayant has been keeping it tight for Sri Lanka Over-50s. As Daminda, he's been the strike bowler for Sri Lanka. 3 for 5 in 5 overs. He's caused some headaches to this Zimbabwe batting lineup early on.
The chief wrecker Daminda is bowling his 6th over. 9 overs per bowler, Reshwan. So he's got 4 to come. It will be very interesting to see if the captain would bowl him out, see if he can get more scalps while the going is good for Daminda, or just hold him back towards the end.
It's probably Shane Fernando would be advising him to get that prize wicket of Richard, who's been there in the middle from the word go. Faced a bulk of 54 deliveries for his 22 runs. Tossed up delivery.
Richard has been the chief anchor for Zimbabwe, holding 1 end up, whilst wickets have fallen from the other end. But he too now needs to rotate strike a bit more fluently, I would say, so that whilst he occupies the crease, the scoreboard also would tick. And there we go. Slightly short Daminda. Richard going on to the back foot. Just playing that fine where the vacant region was at deep square leg.
It's not the best of deliveries. Tad bit short, and Richard pounced on it and pounced on it well. 6th 4 in this innings. 2 sixes. Once again, cut away straight to the fielder. Slight misfield, but no harm.
Probably the only loose ball bowled by Daminda during the spell. Everything else has been pitched up relatively full. It's made it hard for the batters. That's well driven, using his feet. Ball ricocheting off the short extra car fieldsman down towards long off.
Good cricket from Richard after that boundary. Just turning over the single, keeping that scoreboard ticking. He'll have a big responsibility in his hands here, Richard. He's lost his top order. Here's Gavin. Left-hand bat will have to support Richard in the middle. Daminda will have his first shove to the left-hander. But negotiates well as a dot bowler to end the 17th over. Zimbabwe, after being winning the toss, batting first, 56 for 3 after 17 overs.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙලයි. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝඩිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So Saman Jayanta ought to start his 4th over. It's bowled well thus far. The first ball driven down the ground, pitched on a good length, wicket to wicket. Richard playing it down the ground. Safe options taken by Richard thus far. He's moved on to 28 from 59 deliveries faced. Gavin is yet to get out the mark. He's faced 7 balls. So live updates: Wales 43 for no loss versus Canada in 12 overs. That game is played, Rishwan, at
that game is being
at
played.
CCC.
Yes, just close by. Plenty of games around us. A couple of games, CCC and NCC, both grounds close to the MCA Grounds here.
So for those who are unaware, Colombo is the hub for cricket. Got about 6 to 7 good cricket grounds. When I say good cricket grounds, first class venues in about, say, 2 to 3 kilometer radius. So there's plenty of cricket happening over here in Colombo. As we see the next ball, beaten everybody, I'd suppose. Yes, by signaled by the umpire. Ball gripping a bit, beating the batter first, and then the wicket keeper.
There's a roaring rum. Just couldn't gather it. Beats everyone. Just beats the off stump as well. Saman Giant. He's probing a very dangerous line. Gavin yet to get off the mark after 10 deliveries. And what a take in the slips. Indika Diseram takes a screamer, a one-handed one. Saman Giant gets this man, Gavin. And what a take. One-handed screamer, you can say. Brilliant take in the slip cordon.
Sheer brilliance there by Indika Diseram. To start off with, Saman Giant just looping it up, getting a bit of purchase off the wicket, and Indika Diseram completing an absolute blinder. That's the 4th wicket down for Zimbabwe. Gavin Lindsay out for a duck. Zimbabwe 61 for the loss of 4 wickets. Welcome back. A very familiar name for Zimbabwe. Nalaka. With Sri Lankan origins for sure, representing Zimbabwe. Nalaka Fernando, also known as Nando. 55 years old, lives in Zimbabwe now, is also a general manager in a finance firm. Was also a member of LLC, and 18 overs done. 61 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Saman Giant joins Dam in the wickets column. Lanka Fernando. He will know conditions here well. Once again, Richard going on with his things. He's losing partners from the other end. He's lost 4. Zimbabwe being reduced to 62 for 4 after a good start in that first 5 overs.
Rashwan, I'm pretty sure somewhere down the line, Nalaka Fernando would have played against the likes of Daminda, Samanjanta. Pretty similar in terms of age category, so he would know a bit about these players, even though he's playing for the counterpart, now playing for Zimbabwe.
Indeed, we experienced cricketer and left-hand batter as he is coming into the middle after finding Zimbabwe in a spot of bother. His experience will surely come into play now.
So Nalaka Fernando was schooled at Dharmaraja College, Kandy, a prestigious school in the hill capital of Sri Lanka. He's played for Sri Lanka 19s. He toured in 1989. He's played for the SSC under-23s in 1992. So he's got a rich heritage, good background in cricket. So his experience, as you said, will clearly but surely be of great use for Zimbabwe in this game.
Indeed, now it's a moment for Zimbabwe to try and steady this ship. Fifth wicket partnership will be crucial. Richard, who has settled in, will want to play that anchor role as a dot ball to end the 19th over. Just the one run in it as Zimbabwe 62 for 4.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialogue View app and the
Samanjanta will continue from the commentary box end to his 5th over. A bit about Samanjanta. He's played 17 international one-day international games for Sri Lanka. He's played 172 first-class games in terms of domestic records. So he's a veteran indeed. He's scored 9,568 runs. And he's captured 131 wickets at the first-class level. So Samanjanta, a very useful contributor for the Sri Lankan team, along with Indika Diseram. I believe he's played more than 200 first-class games, and in fact, played a game last year as well in the first-class circuit.
Indika Diseram will be easily one of the fittest cricketers in this tournament. And he showed that class in that previous over of Samanjanta's taking a screamer in the slip cordon. Once again, Samanjanta threatening the left-handers in the middle. This is Nalaka Fernando, who gets off the mark after facing 9 deliveries. Zimbabwe will want him to pounce on this. They want a big innings from Nalaka, known as Nando in the Zimbabwe contingent.
He's also played for the Old Georgian Sports Club in Zimbabwe. So he's spent a fair bit of time over there as well. Hence representing the team too, and that's in the 20 overs, 65 for the loss of 4 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17.
Zimbabwe's over 50s 65 for 4 of 20 overs. So run rate has certainly dropped for Zimbabwe Over-50s. 20 overs completed. Almost the halfway stage of the innings. In fact, 45 overs per side. That's what each side is allowed. Richard on 31. He's held the innings together. Nalaka on 1. And Samanchayantha 1 for 8 from his 5 overs. Bowled well. Of course, the 1 wicket he picked up, he was really assisted in the slips with excellent fielding by Indiga Diseram.
Punyakanta Abegunasekara is the 6th bowler. Good all round. Oh, that's well hiked. Brilliant strike. That's a maximum. You need somebody to hang in there and play those sort of shots.
That's right. So Richard certainly helping the cause of Zimbabwe Over-50s. He moves on to 37 on 65 balls. Held the innings together. And Zimbabwe Over-50s moved up to 71 for 4. The ball went into that next garden again.
That's well struck. Leaking runs, Punyakanta Abegunasekara played for Nalanda rather, correction. Played a lot of cricket for Bloomfield in the Inter Club and then for John Keel's Elephant House. Masters cricket. He plays a lot of Masters cricket.
Well ball.
It's a very well collected run by Nalaka Fernando. Sri Lankan origin. Left-hander.
In fact, now they're looking for those singles to try and get the scoreboard moving along. A few overs ago, they were not interested in the singles. Plenty of dot balls.
Yeah, the last 2 batters didn't trouble the scorers. Kuhn and Lindsay. And even Oates made only 6. So between 3 batters who could have put a lot of runs on the board, they have only 6 contributing to the team.
Ends the over as well. 21 completed. Zimbabwe Over-50s 73 for 4.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17.
I was talking about Gavin Lindsay and Jason Oates, both out without scoring. Yesterday against England, they were associated in a 120-run partnership for the 4th wicket after they lost their first 3 wickets for the addition of just 14 runs. Yeah, there were some good partnerships. 121-run opening stand or big shout.
Oh, wicket. LBW. Finger goes up straight away. And Zimbabwe Over-50s lose their fifth wicket. Nalaka the man who's out. LBW to Samanchayantha. Quicker one from Samanchayantha this time. He's trying to work it on the onside, but didn't get any bat to it. He walks back, just making 2 runs is Nalaka Fernando. Faced 11 balls, so he's 2 runs. And now Zimbabwe Over-50s are in all sorts of problems. 73 for 5. You may be batting deep, but you've got to get partnerships going. And Samanchayantha picks up his 2nd wicket, 2 for 8 from 5.1 overs.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17.
So after the drinks break, play to commence, and we are privileged to have with us with Eric, a member of the organizing committee of this fourth IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025 Sri Lanka. Johan Peris, Captain St. Thomas's in the centenary game, airline captain from the deck, and live wire of Tomian Masters Cricket. Welcome on commentary, Johan.
Thank you, Harita. It's good to be here. Sri Lanka doing pretty well today. 74 for 5. Zimbabwe is struggling a little bit with 21 overs gone.
That's right. In fact, they say they're back deep, but they lost wickets in a heap. 73 for 5. They'll have to really recover. They're almost at the halfway stage of this innings. Each innings is 45 overs, and 22nd over in progress at the moment. Look at the fall because 35, 46, 46 the third one as well, 61 and 73. And of course the wicket takers, Damin the 3 for 11, Samanjayant the 2 for 8 have been the wicket takers.
Looks like the wicket's taking quite a bit of spin today. And they got Samanjayant, I think, continue bowling.
Yes, 8 overs permitted for each, or 9 overs permitted for each bowler. So organising this tournament must have been a bit of a nightmare.
It was a monumental task actually to organize the whole tournament, and to have 56 matches played in 14 days and 14 teams. A total of 400 guests have arrived in Sri Lanka. Samanjayanta bowls, played down.
Now I know the previous edition was worked off in South Africa in 2023. So did it mean that you had 2 years to organize this tournament?
Yeah, so how it works out is that they played every 2 years. So there is an over 40, over 50, over 60 and over 70.
Oh goodness.
Yeah. So I actually play for the over 60s.
But it don't look over 60.
Thank you very much. I do feel over 60 sometimes. So we played in Chennai in February this year. We came into the semi-finals, lost to England, and then finally lost the third, fourth place and came fourth against New Zealand. Samanjayanta is bowling a really nagging length there.
Yes, he did well with the bat yesterday. Should have gone to make a big score, but was out unfortunately.
Oh.
And Ruin Peris, who's not playing today, is being rested apparently.
I think so. I think he's being rested. That's the end of the over.
Yeah, 22 overs completed. Zimbabwe Over-50s are 73 for 5.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025. 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD.
Right, so here we are, 23rd over about to get underway. We're almost reaching the halfway stage. So we're talking about organizing this tournament. We had perhaps 2 years to get things done, but it must have been a gigantic task to get all these things together.
It is, I mean, you know what it's like to get things done in Sri Lanka. And the first thing we struggled was with getting grounds, proper grounds. And it's nice we have to play in some good grounds, but the semi-finals and the finals, the crossover semi-finals, and Richard hits 4 down through mid-wicket, takes the score up to 78 for 5 in 22 overs.
That's right, so a welcome boundary in fact for Zimbabwe Over-50s. And that was short and deserved the treatment it got from the batsman. Big gap down there at deep mid-wicket. Yeah, 77 for 5.
So there's been a change of bowling now. It's Suwanji Madanayaka.
Yes, Madanayaka.
Bowling again. He's bowled 5 overs for 15 runs.
Catch it!
In the air.
And he takes it. Yep, beautiful catch.
Comfortably taken. And that's the end of Richard. In fact, the man who kept his innings going.
The innings, yes.
42 of 69 balls, and he perishes now. Wait for the bigger heave on the onside. He got a boundary in the previous delivery, and then just played this in the air. Comfortable catch taken in the end. So Richard departs. That's a 6 wicket to fall for Zimbabwe Over-50s. And well, what type of score will they get now? Because even though you bat deep, you got to have batsmen who can really make runs. In fact, so Richard Jarvis, 42 of 70, caught by Nonis of Suwanji. Suwanji picks up his first wicket in his 6th over, 78 for 6.
So coming to bat is Stewart. And that's Stuart Kastula. He's a middle order batsman, lives in Australia. Played for the Plumtree School first 11. And plays first grade club cricket in Zimbabwe at the moment. And
this is a combination of lots of players.
I think all teams have got players coming from all over the world, but the predominant selection criteria is that you are either from born in the country. Plays it into the covers and no run.
Right, so one of the conditions, you must be born in the country, is it?
You to be born in Sri Lanka or in Australia as a case maybe, or Zimbabwe, and then you could play for that country. Since this is organised by International Masters Cricket, not part of the ICC though, but it's well organised.
So all these age groups takes place once in 2 years?
Once in 2 years. So next year is going to be the Over-60s. This year in July, the Over-70s played in England.
Oh, big appeal from Madanayaka on a knee, asking the umpire the question, not outside the umpire. Let's take a look at that again. Perhaps a missing.
That's very close.
Missing off
maybe
stump.
the off stump, maybe, yeah.
Sweep spell. At least should get a couple here, but they're only picking up a single. That'll end the over. 23 completed, and Zimbabwe Over-50s 79 for 6.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and the papare.com.
And it's so nice because you play good cricket, you know. You can see the quality of 15 years old. It's really good.
Right, so next year, the Over-60s is being played in Canada.
That's right. It's supposed to be played next year in June in Canada. However, we are waiting confirmation that that's going to take place.
And is there a rotation for countries?
They make a decision at the venue that is played last, where they're going to play. So the decision was made in India that we will play it in Canada.
Right, so here we are with Saman Jayanta, 2 for 8 his figures in his 7th over. Mid-off drops to long off at the moment. We've got Stewart on strike, he's on 1. Comes forward, wrapped on the pad again. Again the question asked. Not short of appealing.
No. Let's see what the replay says. Looks like. Oh, that's very close.
Nicely played, but straight to fielder, no chance of a run. So again the runs are dried up, just singles coming in. And they're just past the halfway stage of the innings. Zimbabwe Over-50s have lost 6 wickets to 79.
Oh, that's a good ball.
Yeah, yesterday, Zimbabwe Over-50s made over 200 runs, I think.
Yes, they did. And I think someone got 100 there.
Blocked in front. No chance of run once again. So 1 ball left in Saman Jayanta's 7th over. Drives straight out towards long off. Fielder covers up a lot of ground.
Pass it.
Gets a hand to it. Cuts it off. They come back for 2. That will end the over as well. So 24 overs completed. Zimbabwe Over-50s 81 for 6.
Says Brian Goodwin, the captain of the Zimbabwe side. He's the chairman of the Zimbabwe Masters Over-50s cricket. He's a right-hand all-rounder and top order bat.
Flighted. Got the treatment this time. No chance of cutting that off. The full toss came in. And Brian made full use of that. Got a boundary going. They needed these boundaries.
That was a full
tossed it up this time, yeah. Better delivery from Suwanji.
So the live scores update is Pakistan has a 127 for 3 in 21 versus Australia.
Yes, yesterday Pakistan won by 3 runs, in fact.
Yeah, it was a tight match. Yeah.
Wait for the cut, doesn't make contact. Wicketkeeper collects 85 for 6. We're in the 25th over at the moment. Straight to Saman Jayanta at extra cover, no chance of a run. Well played, but straight to the fielder once again, so no chance of a run. And that will complete the over as well. So 25 overs completed. Zimbabwe Over-50s 85 for 6. Thanks, sir. So 85 for 6 after 25 overs. Brian's on 5 and Stewart on 3. Noni seems to attack for the first time today. He bowled yesterday at the Colts grounds. A medium pacer. So the Zimbabwe innings in all sorts of problems. They lost their better batsmen without scoring.
Yes, 85 for 6. Zimbabwe in tatters, I would say. Especially the spinners for Sri Lanka, they've done the bulk of the contribution in terms of wickets, keeping the scores at a minimum level. They've really found it hard to penetrate the spinners. And now the Sri Lankan captain is chipping in a few overs with the medium pacers just to balance out the overs, I believe.
I think the captains of the field have seen Saman Jayanta doing the marshalling of the forces, and they're using the 12th man on the field, I think.
Yeah, fair enough. 2 days in a row, not the easiest for over-50s, especially in this heat. So we're bound to see some changes during the course of the game, I'd say.
Not easy one for a quick bowler to come on at 11:45 in the afternoon, more or less, and bowl a few overs. It's hot and humid.
There is a gentle breeze going across the ground, as we see through the flag post we have over here. Slight breeze, which would help the players. As the next one is hit down the ground by Bran for a single. So Bran and Stewart looking to build on a solid partnership to ensure that Zimbabwe bat out the 45 overs. This partnership would be vital in order to achieve that. Next ball, short, hit towards the point region. Was an easy single in my opinion. However, Stewart deciding against it.
Yes, you got to pick up every single run that you can, especially when you're on 86 for 6 in the 26th over. Because a total of about 200, 220 runs is what you need, because don't forget that the Sri Lanka Over-50s have got a very strong batting side.
Yes, I did mention before in my stint a few first-class players. One player in Indika Diseram who actually played a first-class game last year. So they've been in touch. Next ball clipped down, clipped towards mid-wicket. It's scampered through for a single. Saman Jayanta, a veteran first-class cricketer, scored over 9,000 first-class runs. So they will definitely benefit out of all these credentials by some of these players. So you're right, a formidable score will be needed by Zimbabwe. I would say at least somewhere around 175. Wow, that's a long ask from here.
Yes, a long ask from here. And Indika Diseram, I think, played last year first-class cricket.
Not only did he play, he scored a 50 for Panadhara Sports Cup too.
Right, and beat Bihar Sething in one of his games, right?
Correct.
Again, a big shout. But that was certainly no chance you're going to get LBW on that. We'll take a closer look at that, and here we go.
Sorry, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, impact clearly outside our stump, so umpire definitely deciding that there's no way that that could be out.
Right, 26 overs completed. Zimbabwe Over-50s 87 for 6.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papre TV.
So updates from some of the other games. Got one, Pakistan 126 for 3. There'll be very good wickets on most grounds, as previously mentioned on air. Some of these grounds in close proximity, within the 2 to 3 kilometer radius. So there's beautiful weather, dry wickets, fast outfields.
So Suwanji Madanayaka into his 8th over. He's got 1 over left. Half of this one is completed. 9 overs allowed for each bowler. Figures 1 for 21 at the moment. And look at that run rate, 3.30.
He's been phenomenal. This is called a wide, just drifting down the leg side. From the outset, he started the bowling from one end. He's bowled very, very good lines and lengths, cramping the batsman up, not giving any width at all to the batters, angling that ball in. As we see another example of his great control. Once again, a veteran first-class spinner who played first-class cricket, I would say he retired from first-class cricket 4 to 5 years ago, so he's still in touch. He's got over 300 first-class wickets.
Another wide down the leg side. Trying to toss that ball up and give it some air. Entice the batsman to go some big hits. Straight to a short third man, so no chance of a run once again. So Wales 87 for 5 versus Canada. That's another game being played today. Pretty similar situation like Zimbabwe is Wales. Another wide. So 3 wides so far in this over from Suwanji Madanayaka.
Very unusual from him. Normally very accurate as a bowler. But this time around, losing his radar ever so slightly. The angle taking it across. A bit of bounce there for Suwanji.
Yes, extras move to 10. And the run rate is 3.35. So it's got 1 more delivery left in this over. That was well bowled. Lighted again. Way outside the line of off stump. Lucky he got away with that.
That was marginal, but umpire gave the benefit to the bowler. End of 27 overs, 90 for 6 Zimbabwe.
So Nonis will continue from the pavilion end for his 2nd over. And Suwanji has bowled 8 overs, 1 for 24 his figures. Lofted, but safe. Drops short of the fielder, who's at a long on. He'll pick up 1 for that.
Indika Diseram at long on, ensuring it's only 1 of that. So Madanayaka has bowled 8 overs, which means he's got 1 over remaining out of his spell. So the captain might have to ring in the changes after his next over. Zimbabwean batters, they've looked very comfortable against the medium pace that Sri Lanka has put in front of them. More of a reason why from the very outset, personally I thought having more spinners on show would mean that they would really struggle, and which was also very obvious and in display. So this is a strategy that Sri Lanka might have to opt more often than not, especially against teams like Zimbabwe, New Zealand, if they, they're taking part as well.
There we are. So UAE 86 of 5 after 23 overs against Namibia. Some of the scores coming in from the other venues. 6 matches being played on a day. So pretty similar the scores around in these games. 5 and 6 wickets that sides have lost. Don't forget they're playing back to back. In fact, yesterday they had a game and tomorrow is the rest day for all these teams. Thumped on the back foot, picked up inside the boundary.
The fielding has been pretty clinical. One would expect a few blunders here and there, especially since it's a category of over 50s, but it's been very sound. Not many hiccups, but generally very good, Derek.
Yes, it has been pretty good, no doubt about that. And that will end the 28th over with the single to complete the over. And Zimbabwe Over-50s 95 for 6.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
We've had so much of spin action this innings, so the over rate has been pretty good as well. And normally you think that over-50s, that the overs will take a long time to be completed, but they've been pretty good on their over rates. So here's Suwanji Madanaka to bowl his 9th and final over, 1 for 24 his figures.
Still getting some shape is Suwanji towards the batter. Sloppy bit of fielding though. Enables 1 run for Brian, who moves on to 10. Stewart has occupied the crease a bit longer, facing 24 balls, but strike rate is relatively poor at 25%.
Was there edge from the reaction of Suwanji? Perhaps there was edge. We could keep it incorrect cleanly. Let's take a look at that again.
Oh, I think it was pretty safe.
Yeah, pretty safe, yes.
So the current run rate sits at 3.39 per over. Scamper through for another single towards the vacant mid-wicket region.
Right, so the game between West Indies and India. West Indies are 69 for 4 after 17 overs against India. Pretty similar scores from all these venues. We'll try and bring as many scores as possible from the 6 matches being played. And that slice straight away towards the point region. No chance of a run. 97 for 6. We are in the 29th over. That's the part of the Zimbabwe dressing room.
There we go. Cleaned him up. Suwanji Madanayak in his final over. Gets rid of Brian. Straight through the gate, Eric.
Yeah, straight through the gate. Brian's the batsman out. There we are. Look at that replay. Turn. Bounce. Hits the top of the off stump. And the bowler's reaction. Well, looks to the heavens. 97 for 7 Zimbabwe in the 29th over.
Mama Gajaman.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papre TV, Dialog View app.
So Dash, the new batsman who walks in. Dash Bagmaria is his full name. In fact, Dash is a pet name. Darshan is his first name. Left hand is taking strike. The last ball from Suwanji Madanayaka's 9-over spell. 2 for 26 these figures. So down to the tail more or less of this Zimbabwe innings. How many more runs can they get?
The key thing for them would be to bat out the 45 overs. That's the most obvious statement that I could make. However, the question is, do they have the ability to do that?
Good question. Good question. Played out to point, ends the over. 29 completed. And Suwanji Madanayak completes his 9-over spell. Zimbabwe Over-50s 97 for 7.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Nonis to continue his third over. So Suwanji Madanayaka once again, ever so economical, getting a couple of scalps, doing the job for the captain, for the country too, in this instance. So this is what Sri Lanka needs from their spinners. They know that the spinners would dominate proceedings over here, home conditions, and they've delivered thus far for Sri Lanka. Occasionally we see the odd tennis ball bounce from this surface.
Yes, that's right. And the odd ball will keep low as well. That's definitely a tennis ball bounce. Edge down to third man, that'll be 4.
So Stewart showing aggression against the medium pacer. He knows that the spinners would be hard to counter with for the rest of the batters. Might as well make use while the medium pacers are on.
Quite right. And they need some runs as well on the board. They need to build up on the score. Up to 100 now, 101 for 7 in the 30th over. So after this over is completed, there's 15 more overs that they can bat. They've only got 3 wickets in hand. Playing a miss outside the line of off stump. And there's Pakistan's total against Australia, 148 for 3 after 25 overs. Brings him well forward, defensive.
Pakistan, they seemed like they have a very strong outfit. I mean, some of these teams, they have some past first-class cricketers, some past international players. So those will be the teams to watch out for in this tournament. Their experience would work wonders for the teams.
The last man out was Brian Goodwin for 10 of 18 balls. Powerful drive. The ball runs out towards long off. The single being completed. Ends the over as well. So 30 overs will be completed, and Zimbabwe Over-50s 102 for 7.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
It's been tough going for Zimbabwe after winning the toss and batting first. Brian Goodwin will be quite disappointed as things stand. Zimbabwe 102 for 7 after 30 overs. 15 overs remaining in the batting innings for Zimbabwe. Sri Lanka will want to bundle them out as soon as possible, as the tail will have to do the bulk of the work at the end of these innings. Sri Lanka have done well to reduce Zimbabwe to 102. And the main question will be, how long will this tail wag for Zimbabwe?
The highest wicket taker for Sri Lanka Over-50s, Daminda Wijesekara, is bowling 3 for 11 of his 7 overs. Economy and success for him.
There's just a couple of overs remaining for him. After this, just the 1 over. Would love another wicket or two. Sri Lanka will want to wrap things up as soon as possible.
As far as the wicket takers were concerned, in yesterday's games on the first day, Wian Smith of South Africa Over-50s picked up 5 for 21 against the West Indies Over-50s at the St. Thomas's Ground in Mount Lavinia.
Indeed, plenty of action in and around us as well. Games happening in the CCC grounds, the NCC grounds.
Then there was Mohammad Javed of Pakistan Over-50s picking up 4 for 30 against Wales Over-50s in that run-scoring massacre at Bloomfield Ground yesterday. Pakistan Over-50s 261 all out of the last ball of the innings. And then Wales Over-50s replying with 258 for 8, 3-run victory.
It a very close game at the Bloomfield last evening. Thrilling finish. Pakistan just edging over Wales. Daminda probing that line as another dot ball to end the 31st over. Zimbabwe 103 for 7.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Pabre TV. Dialogue.
The spin combination of Daminda Wijesekara, Saman Jayant and Swanji Madanayaka have accounted for all 7 wickets that has fallen. I don't see skipper Shane Fernando on the field. I'm sure he's feeling the heat. He's Vice President of Lanka Masters Cricket Association, who's organizing this tournament on behalf of International Masters Cricket. The 4th IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025 in Sri Lanka.
Indeed, the previous edition in 2023 was held in South Africa.
Yeah, the one before that was also in South Africa, and it all started in Sydney, Australia. So it was good. It's just that Zimbabwe need to get some runs on the board to be competitive. They have enough overs, mind you. This last 10 overs, usually sides accumulate a lot of runs.
Indeed, on the other hand, a live score update from the game between Pakistan and Australia. Pakistan 153 for 4 in 26 overs. They are on the verge to make a big total against Australia, who played India last evening at the PSR Oval grounds. Once again, Dash yet to get off the mark after facing 4 deliveries. Renuka Nonis is kept that line and length well, troubling the batsman to cross over. This time around cuts it straight to the fielder as the dash gets off the mark.
Darshan Wagmaria is one of two vice captains. The other one is Jason Oates. Wagmaria, an accountant, committee member of Zimbabwe Masters 50s.
Outside edge helping Stewart to get off strike.
He's played in South Africa and in a few places, so he's an experienced campaigner. You're with Sri Lanka's #1 sports television and sports hub, the Papare. Nonis not doing too many things, but just doing the basics to end the 32nd over. Zimbabwe Over-50s electing to bat 105 for 7 here at the MCA.
Daminda to continue as he will bowl his final over in the game. Excellent figures of 3 for 12. Got that early breakthrough, early 3 wickets. All courtesy Daminda.
Stuart Kashula on strike, maintenance manager. He's played Western Australia veterans cricket. He's based in Australia. Played first grade club cricket in Zimbabwe.
One bounce to that long off region fielder. Wales 102 for 6 in 26 overs versus Canada.
We are at Mercantile Cricket Association. Sanka here at live wire. He will do a lot of work with the club, looking after the hospitality part. Workaholic. And PM Nilantha is head of the ground staff with his 8-member team. They do a lot of work. There are a lot of matches being played here. This is a very popular venue for sport as well as leisure. After hours, you know what I mean.
Indeed, a great facility here. Always an entertaining area.
He's just teasing the batter. But they want to see him go through. Wagmaria. It's bowled with passion. He's also based in Sydney. Daminda Wijesekara.
Neatly done from Dash to cross over for yet another single.
As we look into yesterday's top performances, we also noticed that Anthony Sahadio made 101 not out for West Indies Over-50s against South Africa Over-50s, as they won that game by 18 runs. Carried his bat through after opening the batting.
Indeed, he's 101. Managed them to get to 199, so he's done the bulk of the scoring that game. The lone Sunchirin for yesterday's performance as Daminda finishes off with a close one, as he's done with his quota of overs. As after 33 overs, Zimbabwe 108 for 7.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD. Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and the Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, now on Dialogue Television customers. Watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialogue View app. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the View app and add your Dialogue television connection today. Dialogue, official sponsor of the national.
Yeah, we were talking about the game at St. Thomas's College Grounds yesterday, Mount Lavinia. Pool B game, West Indies Over-50s top scorer Anthony Sahadio, 101 not out, was also good behind the wickets. He had 3 victims, so he was the star in front of the wicket, behind the wicket. So Ravi Pereira brought into bowl. His first over, he was expensive, went for 8. Spare a thought for the Ingram brothers. They've come from England after the winter season. And this is the total opposite. Getting roasted. They seem to have acclimatized well. Rory Ingram is keeping. He's had the 1 victim. Looks good. Russell Ingram has held on to a good catch.
Surely the heat will play a toil on them as well, and the visiting teams as well. Ravi Pereira was slightly expensive in that first over of his. He brought the attack after 30 odd overs. Runs haven't been coming easy for Zimbabwe. Skipper Shane Fernando back in the field. Dot balls just piling up now for Zimbabwe. They need to get a move on. That's whacked straight to the fielder.
I think during the drinks break, standing in coach, our colleague Michael Adams, who's coach for Zimbabwe, other than being the liaison officer, would have said, okay, play a few shots, score some runs. So we may get another 50 runs being added to the total if they bat sensibly. Zimbabwe Over-50s. They don't have to contend with Suwanji Madanayaka, with Davinda Wijayasekara. So they dried up the boundaries.
Indeed, the singles won't hurt much for Sri Lanka.
Mercantile Cricket Association ground. Good maintenance work. There's a major pavilion upgrade also happening at the moment. Oh yes, they're looking for those runs, crossing over quickly. That's the right approach. It was mentioned they bat deep. So 150 is okay, because Shane was saying 200 was a good total to chase.
Indeed, Sri Lanka on the verge of keeping them down to 150 as the 34th over comes to an end. Zimbabwe 1-1-1 for 7. And this is the coverage from today for the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Played all around in Colombo. Game New Zealand versus the USA just in the suburbs in Bandaragama. Then just close to us at CCC. West Indies versus India. Pakistan versus Australia just across us at the MCA Grounds. Wales, Canada 1 kilometer away at the Bloomfield Grounds in St Thomas's Grounds, Mount Lavinia. The game between UAE and Namibia. So plenty of games happening. All games brought to you live from the Papare. Kudos to the Papare team as well to bring out all these games in this tournament. Plenty of hard work gone behind the scenes.
So it will happen that way. This will project Sri Lanka as a good tourist destination. More tourists are coming in, record arrivals last month according to the state figures. So this sort of sports tourism is very good. Punyakanta Abegunasekara is brought back into the attack. It's bowling from the scoreboard end.
Left alone, a very bold leave from Stewart.
Ball keeping slightly low, surprised the batter, Stuart Kashula. They're making life difficult for the low order batters for Zimbabwe Over-50s. It's the right thing to do. 10 overs after this one, with the last 3 wickets to play with. So the Zimbabwe Over-50s, oh, that's a good hit. That's a good hit. Over mid wicket, there was a fielder there, Russell Ingram, but it was well above him. That's a good strike by Stuart Kashula.
Indeed, a brilliant strike against the run of play. Zimbabwe have got a maximum. Just manages to go through Ingram. As gets a single in as well. It's good rotation of strike coming in from Stewart after that 6, keeping that scoreboard ticking. A welcome boundary for them, courtesy Stewart, that maximum.
The last wicket fell at 97, so they've added 21 runs so far for the 8th wicket.
Valuable 21 runs. Time around dash, cuts it to a single as an expensive over from Punyakant to end the 35th over. Zimbabwe 119 for 7.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Thank you, Reshwan. Welcome, Shash. How's the heat?
It's slowly but surely getting to all of us, I guess.
Last 10 overs. Will they get 50 runs?
The important thing is that they've held on. Dash and Stewart. They batted for a while. Stewart taking the brunt of the strike. Facing 50 balls for his 24. Dash ably supporting him. Most importantly, not losing his wicket. If they do manage to bat the 45 overs, I would suspect they would get a score somewhere around 160, 170. Which would be challenging. Not at any point would I say it will be a very competitive score, but will definitely be challenging.
So Ravi Pereira is bowling.
Dash, the vice captain of the team. That's a big wide by Ravi. Clearly drifting way outside of stump, getting some movement as well. Almost out of the strip. Dash, an accountant by trade. Left arm orthodox spin as well.
That's a better delivery. Work with run up very well. Pink ball. Sometimes you get the tennis ball bounce, but they've adapted very well. Very well run tournament. Senrat Senviratna, President of Lanka Masters Cricket Association and board member of International Masters Cricket. It's his responsibility here. He's got a good team to support him. It's not easy. The tournament in a lot of planning and now the execution.
Indeed. No easy task to organize a World Cup, and the support rendered by the most influential and important people have been immense. So hats off to all of them. They've done their duty to the fullest. Next ball clipped towards square leg by Dash. He moves on to 5. The score on to 121.
See, Kashul has shown us that he can wield the bat to great effect. Anything short, is very quick to respond. Anything well pitched up also is dispatched with ease. So that's a good prospect for Zimbabwe Over-50s at this stage. Sri Lanka Over-50s tiring. Oh, brilliant catch.
Absolute blind. Is that the skipper, Harida?
No, but that's I believe is a substitute.
That's one heck of a catch, I would say. Especially we've indicated from the outset, the fielding has been tremendous by Sri Lanka. And there we go. Any youngster would be proud of it.
I wonder whether this is Priyantha Rajapaksa who held on to the catch. He was wicket-keeper in the previous game. So not a substitute, a member of the team. We'll wait for it.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, one champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papre TV. Dialogue.
We've seen some very good efforts. Indika Diseram first, and now Priyantha Rajapaksa. I thought we got that name right.
Malcolm Jones, the new batter for Zimbabwe, left-handed bat. So the key wicket there. Zimbabwe losing their in-form batter. Now it's a matter of cleaning the tail for Sri Lanka. The sooner they do it, it'll be much better for the team, as I believe net run rate might also be a factor going down the line during the tournament, towards the latter part of it especially.
As well struck. Loose delivery, angled across his pads. Wagmaria down on one knee. He picked the line very early. The length was inviting. It's not a particularly quick delivery from Abe Gunasekara. That was very well executed.
So Dash will have to take the majority of the strike now. He's faced 19 balls, scored 9 runs. They would still be very hopeful to get to around 150, 160. Punikanta into his third over, relatively expensive compared to the rest of the spinners. His third over already considered 20 runs. Stuart Kashula, the batter to be dismissed.
Whether they would want to bat till the 45 overs are completed, or whether they would want to put some runs on the board, would decide whether they would be successful for Zimbabwe Over-50s.
I would presume Dash would look to take the brunt of the strike, look to bat out 4 to 5 balls, and maybe do a similar thing as he's done this over. Get a single off the 5th or 6th ball of the over so that he can retain the strike. So that might be his ploy. The skipper, the Sri Lankan skipper, should be aware of this and get the number 10 to bat out a complete over, so he'll have a better chance of getting the 10 and 11 dismissed.
So end of 37, Zimbabwe Over-50s is elected to bat 126 for 8 against Sri Lanka Over-50s at the MCA Ground.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Every time I see the Pujita Udwana Sports Academy, it reminds me of the Kodamune Sports Village in Batikalo. Superb ground there. That's a very loose delivery from Ravi Pereira. It's a no ball. It's gone for 4 byes. Lost everything.
Freebies for Zimbabwe. I'm pretty sure they'll be very happy about it. Getting 5 runs, and also a possible warning for the bowler.
So the free hit. What is Wagaria going to do?
What more could he ask for? Free 5 runs and a free hit.
At least he tried. Once the upgrade is complete, the pavilion facilities will be a lot more conducive to all the merriment after hours at MCA. They are upgrading the drainage system too around the ground. The lights for practices, Ranjan Madugali was there to inaugurate it. Then the academy, very popular academy.
Certainly a high-class facility here in Colombo. The only downside to it, all of it, I would say, is the size of the ground. Only if it was a bit bigger, it would have been much more suitable and conducive for cricket, I would say, Arita.
For bigger cricket. That's what you're trying to say.
Correct, for bigger cricket.
Right round built up areas, prime land, heart of the city. The cricket grounds available around this includes SSC, NCC and DSN Naika College.
I was mentioning on air before, within the radius of around at least 2 to 3 kilometers, we've got about 5 to 6 first-class grounds in Colombo. So for those who are unaware, most of the first-class cricket is played in close proximity over here in Sri Lanka.
Long time ago, there was SSC, NCC, Bloomfield and Nomads. That ground is no longer there, in addition to MCA and DSN Naika. There's the Thurston ground too. Royal Grounds,
CCC.
not too far away. Yeah, CCC.
Then about a kilometer down the line, you get Coles, BRC. Plenty of cricket around.
Yo, kilometer. That's too short.
Well, it depends on the route that you're taking though. If you go from the Javata side, you're a bit...
Bird's eye, 2 kilometers. No. I know what you're trying to say. 38 completed. 132 for 8 Zimbabwe Over-50s.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
So the struggle, trying to get the last 2 wickets. Good resistance on the part of Zimbabwe Over-50s. 6 overs after this.
Dash is doing what he's supposed to, taking the majority of the strike, batting out 3 to 4 balls of each over, and ensuring that the number 10 is exposed for a ball or 2.
Oh yes, he waited for that for a long time. Safe shot over the bowler, said maximum. Well played, Dwagaria.
There we go. Dash opening his arms up, I would say. The ball pitched right up to him. This went through the line towards the side screen.
The moment it was pitched up and pitched in line with the stumps, he said thank you very much. He was immediately launching onto his shot. Heady batting by the vice captain. They have 2 vice captains, by the way.
If they could go at 5 to 6 per over for 6 overs remaining, that would add another 36 runs to the tally.
Take a look at that. Pakistan 187 for 5 with 12 overs remaining. They will look at another 100 runs, if possible, against Australia.
Certainly in excess of 250, I would say. Close call. Seemed to be a bit of bat, I would say. Close call. Once again, the last ball of the over. A single to Dash. Score moves on to 139. as 139 for 8 after 39 overs. Changing bowling from the commentary box end, it's the skipper, Shane Fernando, bringing on himself.
Yeah, he was one time Sri Lanka cricket media manager. Before that, he had played for SSC, having graduated from St. Thomas's College, Kotte. Went on to the Middle East, represented United Arab Emirates, dashing all-rounder, keen Masters cricketer.
A reluctant bowler, I would say, especially being
You're correct. You're correct.
Being the skipper, one would presume if he has any credentials in bowling, he'll be on.
No, he'll bowl. He'll bowl.
But he's ensured everyone got a bowl in, especially the bowlers who had better credentials.
Yeah,
I would say.
he's played in all 4 Over-50s World Cups. They were at the receiving end when Murray Goodwin smashed 100 in South Africa.
Brilliant start though, on the mark straight away. There we go, once again. So someone who has at least bowled a lot during training, it seems so, even though he's quite reluctant to bring himself on in games. Might be useful. This might be the foil that Sri Lanka needs to break this partnership.
I think I'll lead from the front and inspire your team. He'll be disappointed if they bat the full 45 overs. Little bit of change of pace. He's trying to do everything possible. 97 for 6 West Indies against India. Plenty of overs remaining there. Made the batter play.
He's looked very circumspect this over. Dash not tried to go for the boundary option. However, might just look to go rotate strike now and be back on strike. Just like that.
The steady, heady over. Made the batter play right along. End of 40. Zimbabwe Over-50s electing to bat 140 for 8 against Sri Lanka Over-50s here at the MCA. Last 5 overs remaining.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ, යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1.
Zimbabwe 140 for 8 as we are just 5 overs away from the innings break. Dash has managed to batter from one end. He's getting valuable runs for his side here. Something to bowl at for Zimbabwe if they are to get up to 160, 170. A runner ball would get them up to 170, which can be golden. But the Sri Lankan bowler is keeping it tight. Punyakanta slightly on the expensive side for his 4 overs, 28 runs conceded. Eric Gowda, what do you reckon Zimbabwe will finish on?
Well, again, depends on how the bowling goes. Shane Fernando seemed to be pretty good. And there we are, another update comes, the Wales 148 for 7. So getting the updates of all the other matches being played as well around Colombo.
Similar score there as well. Here 144 for 8. Valuable runs from the bat of Dash.
Yes, Wales 148 for 7 after 33 versus Canada. So well behind on the over rate there against Canada is Wales. Here we are into the 41st over. There they've completed 33 overs. Yes, I think here the reason being that a lot of spinners were used, so the over rate has been pretty good over here. So Dash on 23, Malcolm is on still to score.
This Dash has been doing the bulk of the batting in this innings. Crossover for a single, as Malcolm will just have to negotiate a final delivery. 5 runs in this over. Punyakantha just couldn't get back into his groove after yesterday's decent performance with the ball in hand, as once again just beats the outside edge as Malcolm survives. End of 41 overs, Zimbabwe 145 for 8.
Now on Dialogue Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialogue View app. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the View app and add your Dialogue Television connection today. Dialogue, official sponsor of the national.
Skipper Shane bowled that his first over the previous over, quite economical, just the 1 run in it. Shane Fernando taken on the full dash. It tickles away, but a boundary. Once again, an important boundary coming up in the very first ball of the over. If Zimbabwe are to pounce on a big over, a great occasion now.
Yes, these are valuable runs, in fact, for Zimbabwe Over-50s. Every single run is going to be valuable. And Darshan Wagmaria, he's the batsman on strike, the left-hander. He's done well. He's on 28 of 43. So 12 boundaries and 5 sixers in this inning so far.
Indeed, valuable runs from the tail. Main contributor Dash, 28 of 44 deliveries.
Another score coming in. The game between USA and New Zealand. New Zealand 171 for 5 after 33 overs. Again, another very slow over rate in that game. 33 overs being completed, 171 for 5 New Zealand. That's nice to play away towards the long on for a single. So Darshan Wagmaria rotated the strike as well. For 2 balls left in this over for Malcolm to face. Malcolm Jones is the one who's on strike.
Yes, he's done well. He's blocked one end and he's helping Dash. His first 7 deliveries, yet to get off the mark, but his role is to just play that anchor role. Remain in the middle as Dash will take the attack on as he survives. A 5-run over comes to an end as Zimbabwe, after 42 overs, 150 for 8. Just the 3 overs remaining in the innings. Punyakantha to continue. Spin is the name of the game for Sri Lanka. Getting through the overs quickly. Punyakantha slightly on the expensive side this afternoon. None for 33 in 5 overs as Dash goes for that expensive stroke. Misses it, all ends up.
Yes, they realize that they have to target one bowler to try and score off. So Punyakantha is the man that they're trying to target. They know they've got runs of him so far. Cracking shot towards sweeper.
And now what does Malcolm do? Is he going to get off strike, or is he going to see these final 4 deliveries? He's got to give that strike to Dash. He has to do the bulk of the batting. Tries to scrape through a single, but no opportunity there for Zimbabwe. Punyakantha will be more comfortable bowling at Malcolm. He's not looking to take any risk. Misfield
match score coming in. UAE 136 of 5 after 37 overs versus Namibia. So all those over 8s in those games are pretty slow. They're going past their scheduled innings closing time because maybe it's taken quite some time to complete these overs. Over 8 here has been pretty good. Thick edge, but the ball runs down towards backward square leg. Looking for 2, but the return on its way. You need to take that first run fast enough to come back for the second run.
Indeed, because Sri Lanka's fielding has been exceptional. 2 brilliant catches, courtesy Priyantha Rajapaksa and Indika Duseram. As a dot ball to end Punyakantha's 6th over. Just the 2 runs in that over. Zimbabwe 153 for 8. Skipper Shane Fernando to continue. He's come to the attack quite late on in the innings, and he's managed to keep it tight. Just the 6 runs being considered in his 2 overs. It will be his final over. Just the 2 overs remaining in the Zimbabwe innings. As a Dash goes for a very expensive stroke, and making no mistake with the catch is Sri Lanka. As Shane Fernando gets his first breakthrough, and an important scalp as the latter part of this innings coming up. Comfortable take in the long off region. Shane Fernando gets his first scalp, and an important one. Dash goes off to a well-made 31 of 50 deliveries in the contest of the game. A valuable 31 runs from Dash. Zimbabwe 153 for 9. Craig Parsons will be the final batsman in this Zimbabwe batting lineup. He joins Malcolm as both batsmen yet to get off the mark. Sri Lanka will want to wrap things up. How many runs can this final wicket produce for Zimbabwe? The valuable runs in the final stages, if they are able to get. Crossover for a single. Slight misfield from Ingram with the gloves in hand. Bias given from umpire Holland.
Yes, both batsmen still to score. Malcolm has faced 11 balls still to score. Craig has faced 2 balls still to score. Playing a miss outside the line of off stump. Now that's where Wagmaria would have been really useful to get these runs in these last couple of overs. But since his demise caught by Nonis at long. Good catch, well judged catch in fact by Nonis. Flighted, going for a big heave. Finger goes up. That's the end of the Zimbabwe innings. So Zimbabwe Over-50s bowled out 154 of 43.5 overs. And of course Shane Fernando picked up his second wicket. 2 for 6 is Shane's figures of 2.5 overs.
Skipper Shane Fernando wraps things up as Sri Lanka have done a decent job. Zimbabwe 154 all out, something to bowl at. But they'll have to do something really special to try and stop this Sri Lankan batting lineup, who are in form. We saw yesterday the chase down target of 190 odd in ease. So plenty of work cut out for the Zimbabwe bowlers, as Sri Lanka will be in a happy camp in the midway stage of the game. Pictures when you're here at the MCA Grounds. A happy Sri Lankan dugout at the break. And batting card of Zimbabwe. Up in top of the order, Richard and Jimmy got off to a flying start, but couldn't capitalize. Both of them, Jason 6 and 2 scorers not being able to trouble the scorers, Emlyn and Gavin. Nalika Fernando, just the 2 runs. Brian 10 of 18. Stewart and Dash put on a valuable partnership to take Zimbabwe to a respectable total. So Stewart 24, Dash 31, and then Malcolm and Craig just couldn't trouble the scorers once again. Just the 19 extras in that innings for Zimbabwe. They were bundled out for 154 in 43.5 overs.
Looking at the bowling card, Chaminda 2 overs, not for 21. Swanji certainly bowled well, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 26. Ravi 4 overs, 1 for 18. And the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 15 from his 9 overs, 2 of which were maidens. Saman Giant 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 10. And Shane Fernando 2 for 6 from his 2.5 overs. Priyanka 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 35. Look at the follow because 35 for 1. 46, 2 wickets fell. The second and third wickets fell. 61 for 4, 73 for 5, 78 for 5. And then 97 for 7, 121 for 8, 153 for 9, and 154 all out. 19 extras, the total of 154 all out in 43.5 overs.
Splendid performance with the ball from Sri Lanka, reducing Zimbabwe after winning the toss. 154 wouldn't have been in the mind for them. It was Richard and White who started off in some fashion, took on the bowlers, especially the likes of White. It was Richard who got that couple of boundaries early on in that first over. Then Richard as well played a valuable knock up in the top of the order, but just couldn't carry on and get that big innings. That was White who absolutely took on the fast bowlers. A couple of maximums under his name. He cut, he pulled, he took the bowlers out of the park. Then when the spinners came on, it was a bit of a struggle for them. Vijay Sekhar struck all 3 top of the order batsmen, sending them back to the pavilion. All that left arm orthodox brilliantly. Good bowling figures for his 9 overs as well. It was Richard who tried to take the attack on, but it was a beautiful catch from Indika Diseram. Absolutely a screamer. And big stroke, that was Saman Giant got his first breakthrough. Zimbabwe
Catch it,
took
Rusty!
the attack on, tried to dispatch the bad deliveries. Through the gates on that occasion, Swanjit sending Zimbabwe batsmen packing. Valuable runs from the tail as well for Zimbabwe. That was at 6. This was that brilliant catch. Absolutely a screamer from Priyantha Rajapaksa. And these two added on a valuable partnership for that 8th wicket. Dash and Stewart played the spin well. They opted to go with those sweeps, and it was the price wicket for Zimbabwe. Shane Fernando got the final 2 wickets to wrap things up for Zimbabwe, as they have set a total of 155 for Sri Lanka in 45 overs, as we will go into a commercial break and be back with Sri Lanka's reply here at the MCA Grounds. Stay tuned with the Papare.
Private Limited, Sri Lanka's premier destination for cricket enthusiasts and sports tourism. So, Pusa Leisure Private Limited is actually the only leisure company in Sri Lanka with its own cricket ground. We're here at the ground right now, and it's the second largest cricket ground across Sri Lanka in playing area. This is tailor-made to conduct tours across Sri Lanka, and we are here today to witness about the specialties it has to offer. Natural for you to ask, what's so special about this ground? Well, let me list out a few reasons as to why it's special to cricket, right? So this is situated in a 30-acre land, meaning you have plenty of space to walk about, have a look, and relax yourself. Second of all, this land is situated by so much of vegetation that the amount of wind that comes into this land is quite limited. So as you see, whenever we watch a cricket match, we've seen plenty of occasions where certain calls on cricket are interfered because of the wind. Now that issue will be limited in this ground due to the vegetation that surrounds this place, which is beneficial for anybody who comes to play cricket. Third of all, the lighting is just perfect, right? So it's well lit throughout the day, and the amount of sunlight that you get into this land is much more compared to any other cricket ground around, again because of the location it's situated in. And another specialty about this cricket ground is its grass, right? So usually whenever you go to any other cricket ground, the grass is quite smaller compared to the grass that you would be seeing in this special cricket ground when you come here. It's because we have actually taken a grass that is quite special to Sri Lanka. Why? Because it's easy to maintain, we know how it works, we can make sure that it's well watered, well cut. All of this is easily maintained because of the fact that this grass is special to Sri Lanka. So these are just a few specialties as to why this cricket ground is special for you. Alright, so let's talk about the pitch a little, right? So I'm here right now, and from the pitch to the ground, we have about 80 meters of a radius, right? And something special about the pitch is that it's elevated, meaning that anybody from anywhere on the ground can see the pitch properly because of its elevation. So even if you stay in that corner of the ground, the pitch very clearly because of the elevation that it has. Alright, so we have utilized certain methods to ensure that our ground is free of weeds, right? So our first method is recycling water. We have a natural source of water in our land, and we have taken the water from that into a handmade pond covered by polythene, and water from that is taken to our ground through sprinklers, and that is how we water our ground. And that water is later on taken back into our drain, which I'm standing over, and this leads straight up to the natural water supply that we have in this land. All right. Apart from that, we've also utilized certain methods to ensure that no water from outside is brought to our land, our cricket ground basically. So these methods are basically what we use to ensure that there's no weeds in this grass and that our grass is the same that we have maintained throughout from the start. Alrighty, so another specialty about this ground and how we're connected with nature, right? A fun fact. So if you hit a century in this ground, one of these surrounding trees will be named after you. So if you can see, this entire ground is surrounded by vegetation and plenty of trees. So whoever hits a century in this ground will get one of those trees named after them. So this is actually something quite unique. It's not done everywhere, and it's actually a nice opportunity for you to get a tree named after you. So this is something special that's happening here at the ground, and so far only 8 cricketers have actually hit a century and gotten a tree named after them. So if you want to come here and hit a century and get a tree named after you, this is the place for you. Alright, so you must be wondering what PUSA stands for. PUSA stands for Pujita Udavana Sports Academy. Pujita Udavana is actually the single owner of this cricket ground, and we actually have some exciting news. We will be providing this ground and facilities to the IMC Over-50 cricket tournament, right? So 9 of their matches will be taking place in this ground starting Feb 9, and people from over 14 countries will be participating in this cricket tournament. So if you want to check out this ground and you would like to see a tournament, make sure you come and visit the PUSA cricket ground. Alright, I know this looks digital, but it's not, alright? We operate this scoreboard manually. How? We've used door hinges, and we've painted one side and we have not painted the other side. So using this method, we are able to make the numbers appear on the scoreboard. Usually it takes about 4 people to operate a scoreboard, but using this method, we just need 1 person to do all of the work. So it's a different way, it's environmentally friendly, and you can witness this when you basically visit the PUSA cricket ground. Alright, so you must be wondering where the site wickets are. It's going to be built right over here. It's still under construction, but we are expecting 12 strips to be made very, very soon. Alright, so now we're about to walk into where our hotel is going to be built. So we've chosen this specific location because it is right in between the golf course and the cricket ground. So in this hotel, we'll be having 2 wings, which is the cricket wing and the golf course wing. So depending on what sport you like the most, you can choose your stay. Alright, Alright, so another exciting part of our 30-acre land is this golf course. So the golf course isn't built yet, but I'm currently walking into the land that's dedicated for it. So on this road that we see over here, there will be an array of houses that will be built with a backyard facing this very golf course. So if you're interested in becoming an owner of these properties, make sure you invest right away so that you can have a house with a backyard facing this amazing golf course. So people that actually walk on the streets will not have a clear view of the golf course except for the owners that actually reside in these houses. It will be exclusive just to y'all, so make sure you come and invest today. Alright, so this is where the golf course is going to be built, and behind me is one of the waterfronts that is available in this golf course, right? So obviously we know when we play golf that oftentimes we need obstacles to play the game right, and this is actually a natural obstacle that is available within this golf course, and we'll be making plenty more for y'all to have a peace of mind and also play the game really well. And also, another fun fact, which I've already mentioned before, is that all of this will be faced in your backyard. So whatever house that you purchase in this land, your backyard will be facing this entire golf course, these waterfronts, and all of this will be available to you. So if you're interested, make sure you come and visit this golf course and figure out if you want to be an owner of this amazing condo. Alright, so today we've spoken about how we can leisurely spend our time at Pusa Leisure Private Limited. But now we're about to talk about some investment opportunities, right? So we have about 49% shares worth of about $30 million available for y'all to invest. So we have some individual houses going on, and from that you will be able to get the ROI in less than 5 years. So do not miss out on the opportunity for y'all to invest in some amazing properties like this. Alright, so this is Pusa Leisure Private Limited. Over here we have our very own cricket ground, we have our golf course, we have condos, we have a hotel, we have so much to offer to y'all over here. So make sure you come and visit Pusa Leisure Private Limited and grab an opportunity to invest, have some leisure time, and all that you need over here. Do not forget to come visit us.
වල වැඩිම ලකුණු ප්‍රමාණය තාම මගේ රෙකෝඩ් එකේ තියෙන ලංකාවේ. අපි ඉංග්ලන්ඩ් වලට ගැහුවා, ඊට පස්සේ ඉන්දියාවට ගැහුවා, සවුත් අප්‍රිකා ගැහුවා, බංග්ලාදේශ්, පාකිස්තාන් ඒ ඔක්කොටම ගහලා අපි නම්බර් 5 වුණා ටූර්නමන්ට් එකේ. අර අපි මැච් එකේ වුණත් යන්නේ හරියටම කිව්වොත් අර ආමි ටීම් එකක් වගේ මරාගෙන මැරෙන්න. මම හිතන්නේ ගොඩාක් අපේ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ගොඩාක් ෆිට්නස් සයිඩ් එක ෆෝකස් කරනවා නම් මීට වැඩිය ලොකු ඉම්ප්‍රූව්මන්ට් එකක් තියෙයි කියලා. දැන් මම මගේ කෝස් එක කරේත් මම වෙන කන්ට්‍රි එක ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාව වල. ඉතින් ඒ ඔක්කොම එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක අරගෙන තමයි මම ඇත්තටම ක්වොලිෆයි ට්‍රේනර් කෙනෙක් කෝච් කෙනෙක් විදිහට මම එළියට ආවේ. අපි කියමුකෝ ඩිප්‍රෙෂන් තියෙන ළමයෙක් ඉන්නවා කියලා. හැබැයි අර හොඳ කෙනා විදිහට ඒ ළමයි ට්‍රීට් කළා වැඩක් නැහැ. අරයාව වෙනස්. එතකොට එයාව බලන්න ඕනේ වෙනම කෝණකින්. අපිට ප්‍රැක්ටිස් නොකර මැච් එකක් ගහන්න පුළුවන් අය ඉන්න. හැබැයි ඒ සිටුේෂන් එකේ මැච් එක දිනන්නේ කොහොමද කියලා හිතන්න කට්ටිය අඩුයි. එයාගේ මනස හොඳට දියුණු වෙලා නම් එයා ස්ට්‍රෝං නම් ස්පෙෂලි මනසින් ඕන දෙයක් කරන්න පුළුවන් ඇත්තටම කිව්වොත්.
ආයුබෝවන් නොදුටු මිනිසා. අද අපිත් එක්ක ඉන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා කාන්තා ක්‍රිකට් ලෝකේ යම්කිසි මට්ටමකට උඩින් තියෙන වෙලාවක ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමේ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු තුන්නිරියව් ක්‍රීඩිකාවක්, හොඳ පන්දු යවන්නයක්, වේග පන්දු යවන්නයක්. ඒ වගේම දැන් ඔබට මම තව දෙයක් මතක් කරොත් ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම එංගලන්තය, දකුණු අප්‍රිකාව, ඉන්දියාව පරාජය කරපු යුගයක් කාන්තා කණ්ඩායම. ඉතින් මේ හැම දෙයකටම දායක වෙච්ච ක්‍රීඩිකාවක් තමයි අද නොදුටු මිනිසා තුලින් ඔබට හඳුන්වලා දෙන්න උත්සාහ කරන්නේ සහ ඇගේ ජීවිතේ නොදුටු පැත්ත ගැන කතා කරන්න උත්සාහ කරන්නේ. ඉතින් අද අපිත් එක්ක ඉන්නේ ශ්‍රීපාලි වීරක්කොඩිය. අයබන් ශ්‍රීපාලි.
අයබන්.
මේ දවස්වල ඉතින් ගොඩාක් මේ ෆිට්නස් එක්කනේ වා බැඳිලා ඉන්නේ. ඒ ගැන චුට්ටක් කියාගෙන මේ වර්තමානයේ ගැන චුට්ටක් මතක් කරගෙන අපි ඔයාගේ අතීතය ගැන කතා කරන්න යමු.
ඔව් මේ දවස්වල මම ගොඩක්ම ෆිට්නස් සයිඩ් එකේ තමයි ඉන්නේ. ෆිට්නස් කෝච් කෙනෙක් විදිහට වැඩ කටයුතු කරගෙන යනවා.
ඔව් ඉතින් ඒකත් ඉතාම හොඳයි මේ කතා බහ නොවන දෙයක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිපුර. ඒ හැමදේටම පටන් ගත්ත තැන් කොහොමද හැදුනේ කියලා අපි කතා කරන්න සූදානම්. මේ හැමදේටම මුල හැදෙන්නේ නුවරින්, මහනුවරින්. ඉතින් මටත් යම්කි සම්බන්ධකමක් තියෙන හින්දා ගොඩක් සතුටින් අහන්න පුළුවන්. මහනුවර ජීවිතේ මොන වගේද කියලා. කොහොමද පෞලි තත්ත්වය, කොහොමද ජීවිතය ආරම්භ කරේ? පොඩි කාලේ මොන වගේ ළමෙක්ද කියන දේ ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් කතා කරමු.
අතරම පොඩි කාලේ මම ටිකක් දඟ චරිතයක්. ඒ වගේම මම ගොඩාක්ම පොඩි කාලේ නම් ස්පෝර්ට්ස් සයිඩ් එකේ තමයි හිටියේ. මුලින්ම කිව්වොත් මම ස්පෝර්ට්ස් වලට ආවේ උසපරිණ ක්‍රීඩාවෙන්. එතෙන්දී මම පාසලේ නම්බර් 1 වෙලා ඊට පස්සේ ඉතින් මගේ පාසල ගත්තොත් ගුරුදෙණිය මහාවිද්‍යාලය මහනුවර. ඒකේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව ඇතුළත තිබ්බා. මොකද අපි ඒ දවස්වල අපේ අක්කිලා මහවැලි ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා ක්‍රිකට් වලින්. ඉතින් මම ඇත්තටම කිව්වොත් 7 වසර වගේ ඒ දවස්වල මම 7 වසර අක්කිලා සෙල්ලම් කරනවා මම බලාගෙන ඉන්නවා. මොකද මම ගෙදරදී අයියලත් එක්ක මම ක්‍රිකට් ප්ලේ කරනවා. ඉතින් මම දන්නවා මට ක්‍රිකට් ප්ලේ කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. ඉතින් මම ආසාවෙන් අක්කිලා මොකද මම පොඩිනේ ඒක නිසා මම ටීම් එකට ගන්නෙ නැහැ. හැබැයි මට එයාලටත් වඩා හොඳට සෙල්ලම් කරන්න පුළුවන්. මොකද මම අයියලත් එක්ක ක්‍රීඩා කරන නිසා. ඉතින් මම ඒ දවස්වල මම පුරුදු වෙලා හිටියා අක්කිලා සෙල්ලම් කරනවා වැටේ එල්ලලා මගේ යාළුවත් එක්ක බලාගෙන ඉන්න. මගේ යාළුවා මේකලා නෙමෙයි. අපි දෙන්න ඉතින් හැමදාම හවසට එයාලා සෙල්ලම් කරනවා බලාගෙන ඉන්න. දවසක් මට බලාගෙන ඉන්න බැරිම තැන මම ගිහින් චැලෙන්ජ් කරනවා වගේ මම කෝච්ට කතා කරලා සර් මට දෙන්න මට ක්‍රිකට් ප්ලේ කරන්න පුළුවන්. බෝල් එක දෙන්න මම බෝල් කරලා පෙන්නන්නම් කියලා. ඉතින් අන්න ඒ දවසේ තමයි මම ඇත්තටම ක්‍රිකට් වලට යොමු වුණ ස්ටාර්ට් එක. ඉතින් සර් මම කිව්වා වගේ මට බෝල් කරන්න දුන්නා. ඉතින් මම පළමු පන්දුවෙම අක්කා කෙනෙක් දවා ගත්තා. ඉතින් අන්න ඒ දවසේ තමයි ඇත්තටම මගේ ක්‍රිකට් වල පිවිසුම.
ඔව් ඊටම මේ රසවත් ආරම්භයක් නේද? ඒ වගේ තමයි සමහර ක්‍රීඩිකාවෝ ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රීඩිකාවෝ ජීවිතය ආරම්භ කරන්න හිතුවත් නැති විදියකට. ඒ වගේම ඒ ලක්ෂණ පේන්න තියෙනවා පළමු අවස්ථාවේදීම. මට මතකයි සනත් ජයසූරියත් පිටිකරුවෙක් හැටියට පළමු ඉනිම ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දී 4 පහරවල් 4ක් එල්ල කරලා තිනවා වයස අවුරුදු 12 13 දී. ඉතින් ඒ තමයි ශ්‍රීපාලි කොච්චර දක්ෂද කියලා මුලින්ම දැකපු වෙලාව. ඊට පස්සේ කොහොමද ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවට ඉදිරියක් ගන්න හිතුනේ? පාසලෙන් පස්සේ මම හිතන්නේ තරඟාවලි කීපයක් තිබුණා ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ. ඒ කාලේ ඔබ කිව්වත් වගේ මාවැලි ක්‍රීඩා උළෙල ඒ වගේම මොන වගේ තරඟාවලිද සහභාගී වෙන්න ලැබුණේ?
ඇත්තටම අර මම කිව්වා වගේම ඒ දවසේම මම ටීම් එකට ගත්තා. මමයි මගේ යාළුවයි දෙන්නම ටීම් එකට ගත්තා. ඊට පස්සේ අපේ ටීම් එක සිලෙක්ට් වුණා මහවැලි ක්‍රීඩා ප්ලේ කරන්න. එතෙන්දී මහවැලි ක්‍රීඩාවල මම හොඳට ප්ලේ කරනවා දැකලා සමන්ත සුදර්ශන කියලා මහනුවර අපේ ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයේ කෝච් එයා ඇවිල්ලා මගෙන් අහුවා ලෙදර් බෝල් සෙල්ලම් කරන්න කැමතිද කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ ඉතින් මම කොහොමත් ක්‍රිකට් වලට ආස නිසා මමයි මගේ යාළුවයි දෙන්නම එකතු වෙලා ඒ සර් එක ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්න පටන් ගත්තා.
මුලින්ම තිබුණේ සොෆ්ට් බෝල් ක්‍රිකට් නේද? වැඩිපුර
සොෆ්ට් බෝල් ක්‍රිකට් වැඩිපුර තිබ්බේ. එක ක්ලබ් එකයි නුවර තිබ්බේ සමාජ සුදර්ශන සර් තමයි මල්ලතු ක්‍රීඩා සමාජය කියලා කරගෙන ගිය එක. ඊට පස්සේ මහාමායා බාලිකා විද්‍යාලය තිබ්බා. ඒ ක්ලබ්ස් දෙක තමයි ඇත්තටම නුවරින් ක්‍රිකට් ප්ලේ කරලද.
ක්‍රීඩා සමාජ මට්ටමේදී මොන වගේ දස්කම්ද පෙන්වන්න ලැබුණේ?
ක්‍රීඩා සමාජ මට්ටමින් ඇත්තටම තාමත් මගේ රෙකෝඩ් එක තියෙනවා. 282ක් ගහපු කියන්නේ 50 ඕවර් වල වැඩිම ලකුණු ප්‍රමාණය තාම මගේ රෙකෝඩ් එකේ තියෙන ලංකාවේ.
එතකොට මේ පන්දු යවන්නෙක් වෙන්න හිතුනේ. ඒ කාලෙත් පන්දු යවන්නියක්ද?
ඔව්.
හැබැයි පිටෙන් තමයි
පිටෙන්
නේද?
ඕරවුන්ඩර් කෙනෙක් විදිහට මුලින් ඉඳන් මම ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයේ.
ඊට පස්සේ ඔබට අවස්ථාව හම්බ වෙනවා ඊටාම කුඩා වයසකදී. මම හිතන්නේ වයස අවුරුදු 18ක් 19ක් වගේ වෙන්නේ නැති ඔබ ජාතික කණ්ඩායමට එනකොට. ඒ මතකය ගැන මතක් කරොත් දැන් පාසල් කාලේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව කාන්තාවන්ට එච්චර ප්‍රචලිත නැති කාලයක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ඇතුලේ. මේ දැන් නම් ගොඩක් මාධ්‍ය දියුණු හින්දා අපි දන්නවා අපිට මේ වගේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවෝ ඉන්නවා කියලා. නමුත් ඒ කාලේ මොන වගේ තත්ත්වයක්ද තිබ්බේ?
ඔව් මේ හැමදේම සිදුවන්නේ ඇත්තටම එකම අවුරුද්දේ. අර මාව සිලෙක්ට් කරගත්ත ක්‍රිකට් ක්ලබ් එකෙන්ම අපේ A ඩිවිෂන් ටූර්නමන්ට් එක ගියා ඒ අවුරුද්දේම. ඊට පස්සේ අපි කොළඹට ඇවිල්ලා කෝල්ස් එකට ගහලා ඊට පස්සේ මගේ රෙකෝඩ් එකක් තිබ්බා. ඉතින් ෆස්ට් ඉයර් එකේම මම ජාතික කණ්ඩායමට සිලෙක්ට් වුණා.
පළමු තරගයේ කවුරු එක්කද ක්‍රීඩා කළේ?
මම පාකිස්තාන කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක තමයි ක්‍රීඩා කරේ. මම පන්දු යවන්නයක් විදිහට තමයි මම ඇත්තටම නැෂනල් ටීම් එකට තේරුනේ. ඕපනින් බෝලර් විදිහට මම මතකයි මම විකස් කඩු 3ක් දවා ගත්තා පන්දු ඕවර 10ක් ඇතුළත.
ඔය වගේම මේ එතකොටත් අර බෑන්ඩ් එකෙන් ඔළුව තිබුණා.
ඔව්.
මේක මේ ප්‍රේක්ෂකයන්ට මතකත් ඇති ඔබ ඒ කාලේ ක්‍රිකට් ප්‍රේක්ෂකයෙක් වෙලා හිටියා නම් ශ්‍රීපාලි ක්‍රිකට් ගහනවා බලන්න ගොඩක් දෙනා කැමති ලංකාවේ. ඒ වගේම ඇයට තිබුණා වෙනස්ම විලාසිතාවක්. අපි කියන්නේ හෙඩ් බෑන්ඩ් එකක් දානවා කියලා මේ හිස පටියකුත් පැනඳගෙන අත්තලත් පටි බැඳගෙන ටිකක් වෙනස් විදියක් නේද? ඒ කාලේ මේ අපි වැඩි ශ්‍රී ලංකාව ඇතුලේ දැක්කේ නෑ එවැනි විලාසිතා. ඉතින් ඒකත් මතක් වුණා. තව මොනවද ජාතික කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක දක්වපු දස්කම්?
ජාතික කණ්ඩායම ගත්තොත් ගොඩක්ම මම කැමතිම කණ්ඩායම තමයි ශ්‍රී ලංකා කරන්න වෙස්ට් ඉන්දීස්. මොකද එයාලා ගොඩක්ම කැමති 6-4 ඒව ගන්නනේ. ඉතින් ඇටැක් කරන්න මම බෝලර් කෙනෙක් විදිහට මම කැමති බැට්ස්මන්. විශේෂයෙන් ගත්තොත් ටේලර් ඩොටින් ගත්තොත් මම හැම වෙලේම ඇටැක් කරනවා. ඒක නිසා මගේ රෙකෝඩ්ස් වල බලන්න පුළුවන් මම ගොඩක්ම ඇත්තටම වෙස්ට් ඉන්දීස් වලට තමයි කඩළු දවාගෙන තියෙන්නේ. මොකද මම ආසම කණ්ඩායම සහ මම ඇටැක් කරනවා. මොකද එයාලා ඇටැක් කරන නිසා මමත් ඇටැක් කරනවා. එතකොට මට කඩළු දවා ගන්න ලේසි. ඉතින් මගේ හොඳම පන්දු යාම තියෙන්නේ වෙස්ට් ඉන්දීස් එක්ක T20 වල කඩළු 3 ලකුණු 12කට.
ඔය වගේ දස්කම් දක්වන්න අවස්ථාව හම්බුණා. ඊට පස්සේ විශේෂ තරගාවලියක් තියෙනවා. මේ තරගාවලියේදී මම හිතන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම කාන්තා ක්‍රිකට් කෙලින්ම උස්සලා වෙනම ලෙවල් එකකින් තිබ්බා වගේ දෙයක් තමයි අපිත් දැක්කේ. ඉතින් 2013 ලෝක කුසලාන තරගාවලිය. ඒක ගැන තියෙන මතකය ගැන කතා කරමු.
අත්‍තරම මගේ ජීවිතයේ හොඳම කාලය කිව්වොත් නිවැරදි ක්‍රිකට් වල 2013 ගත්තොත් අපිට මීට් වෙන්නේ ඉංග්ලන්ඩ් ඉන්දියාවල තමයි අත්‍තරම වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එක තිබ්බේ. අපි මුලින්ම ඉතින් ඉංග්ලන්ඩ් කියන්නේ last time world cup champion වෙලා හිටියේ. අපි ඉංග්ලන්ඩ් වලට ගැහුවා, ඊට පස්සේ ඉන්දියාවට ගැහුවා, සවුත් අප්‍රිකා ගැහුවා, බංග්ලාදේශ්, පාකිස්තාන් ඒ ඔක්කොටම ගහලා අපි number 5 වුණා ටූර්නමන්ට් එකේ. මුළු තරඟාවලියේ.
එතකොට මේ එංගලන්ත කණ්ඩායමට එරහිව ක්‍රීඩා කරපු තරඟයේදී අපි දැක්කා ඒක තාම මේ තියුණු තරගයක් නේද? අවසන් මොහොත දක්වාම ඇදලා ගිය තරගයක්. මේ අපි දැක්ක ඔබ දුවනවා ජයග්‍රහණයෙන් පස්සේ ක්‍රීඩාංගණයේ මැදට. ජයග්‍රහණයෙන් පස්සේ මොකද හිතුනේද? මම ඔය ලෝක කුසලානයක් දිනපු කණ්ඩායමක් තමයි පරාජය කරන්නේ. ඒ වගේම අර අපි කියන ලෙජෙන්ඩරි ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් ඒ කාලේ ක්‍රීඩා කළ ශාර්ලට් එඩ්වර්ඩ්ස් වගේ ක්‍රීඩිකාව, සේරා ටේලර්. මොනවාද ජයග්‍රහණයෙන් පස්සේ ඇතුලේ කතා වෙච්ච දේවල්? ක්‍රීඩාගාරයේ ඇතුලේ මොනවාද තිබුණ තත්ත්වය?
අත්‍තරම මම මතක විදිහට ඉංග්ලන්ඩ් ටීම් එක අපිට ගැහුවා 250 ගානක් 220 ගානක් හරි 250 ගානක් වගේ ලකුණු ප්‍රමාණයක්. ඒ දවස්වල ගත්තොත් පන්දු ඕවර 50කදී ඒ වගේ ලොකු ගානක් ගහනවා කියන්නේ අපි වගේ ටීම් එකකට හරිම අමාරුයි. මොකද අපි සුපර් 8 හිටපු ටීම් එකක් ඒ දවස්වල ඉඳලම මොකද ඉංග්ලන්ඩ් කියන්නේ number 1 ටීම් එක. ඉතින් අපි මුලින්ම අපිට කොන්ෆිඩන්ස් එකක් තිබ්බා. මොකද අපි ටීම් එක මාර ඉම්පෝටන්ට් නැත්තම ක්‍රිකට් වල ගත්තොත් ටීම් වර්ක් එක. ඉතින් as a team අපේ මාර එකමුතුකමක් තිබ්බා ටීම් එක ඇතුලේ. ඉතින් මුලින්ම අපි කතා වුණේ ෆස්ට් 10 ඕවර්ස් වල කොහොම හරි ඇටැක් කරන්න. ඒ වගේම අපේ ඕපනින් බැට්ස්මන්ලා දෙන්න හොඳටම ඇටැක් කරා. ඉතින් අපිට අවශ්‍ය ලකුණු ප්‍රමාණය පන්දු ඕවර 10ක් ඇතුළත ආවා. ඒ මැච් එක ගත්තොත් සිටුේෂන් එක හැන්ඩල් කරපු විදිහ ඇත්තටම අපේ බැට්ස්මන්ලා විදිහට මාරම වටිනවා. නම් වශයෙන් කිව්වොත් චමරියතපත්තු, යශෝදා, ඊට පස්සේ දීපිකා, ඉෂාන් ලෝකසූරිය, ශශිකලා සිරිවන්දර බැටිං පැත්තෙන් හොඳටම ප්ලේ කරා ඒ ටූර්නමන්ට් එක ඒ මැච් එක. ඉතින් ඒක තමයි යාළුගේ දක්ෂතාව නිසා තමයි ඇත්තටම අපි ඒ තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කරේ.
ඉතින් මේ මතකයක් තියෙනවා. ඒ වගේම මේ ආයෙත් චුට්ටක් ඉස්සරහට ගියොත් ඉන්දියානු කණ්ඩායම පරාජය කරපු වෙලාවෙත් ඔබ කණ්ඩායමේ හිටියා. ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම විසින්. ඒ තරගය
ඉන්දියා තරගය ගත්තත් අපි අර කලින් ඉංග්ලන්ඩ් මැච් එක වගේම තමයි ඉන්දියාවලම තමයි ටූර්නමන්ට් එක ගැහුවේ, වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එක ගැහුවේ. අපි ඇත්තටම බැටිං පැත්තෙන් ඒ දවස්වල අපි හොඳටම හිටියා. හොඳම ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා හොඳම බැට්ස්මන්ලා අපේ ටීම් එකේ හිටපු නිසා ඇත්තටම අපි සාර්ථක වුණා මේ මැච් එක ගත්තා.
ඔව් ඉතින් ඒ වගේ කණ්ඩායමක් තමයි ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හිටියේ කියන දේ ඔබට මතක් කරලා දෙන්න තමයි මේ අවස්ථාව ලබා ගන්න ඕනේ. ඇත්තටම මේ මම හිතන්නේ අලුත් ප්‍රේක්ෂකයන්ට උනන්දුවක් ඇති කරවයි අපි මේ වගේ ක්‍රීඩිකාව හිටිය පොඩ්ඩක් හොයලා බලන්න මේ වගේ තරඟ ක්‍රීඩා කරා කියලා පොඩ්ඩක් හොයලා බලන්න. ලෝක කුසලාන තරඟාවලින් තවත් මතකයක් ඔබ මේ කඩුළු දාගත්ත සෑහෙන ප්‍රමාණයක් මට මතක 2000 ඉන් පස්සේ තිබුණ ලෝක කුසලාන තරඟාවලිය 2017. ඒ තරඟාවලිය ගැන තියෙන මතකය?
ඇත්තටම ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක් විදිහට ගත්තොත් මගේ හොඳම ඊය එක තමයි 2017 වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එක. මම කඩුළු 12ක් දවා ගත්තා 2017 වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එකේ.
ඔව් විශේෂ දක්ෂතාවයකුත් තිබුණා නේද? කඩුළු 3ක් එක තරඟයකදී දවා ගන්න සමත් වුණා ලකුණු.
කියන්නේ 2 in 1. කියන්නේ එකම ඕවරේ කඩුළු
3ක් දවා ගන්න සමත් වුණා. තරඟය සම්පූර්ණ වෙනස් කරා. ඉතින් ඔය වගේ මතක ටිකක් තියෙනවා ඔබට මේ ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රීඩිකාවක් හැටියට. එතකොට මේ කණ්ඩායම ඇතුලේ තිබුණු බැඳීම මොන වගේ එකක්ද? දැන් ගොඩක් දෙනා දැන් පිරිමි කණ්ඩායම ගැන අපි වැඩිපුර දේවල් දකිනවා. මාධ්‍ය වලින් ගොඩාක් දේවල් දකින්න ලැබෙනවා, පුවත් අහන්න ලැබෙනවා. මිතුරෝ ඉන්නවා. ඒතකොට ඒගොල්ලොන්ගෙන් අහගන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් කාන්තා ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම ගැන ටිකක් තියෙන පුවත් අඩුයිනේ ලංකාව ඇතුලේ. තියෙන අපි කිව්වොත් ඇට්මොස්ෆියර් එක තියෙන ස්වභාවය මොන වගේ එකක්ද? වුන් මොන වගේ විදියටද මේ තරඟ ගන්නේ? පුහුණු වෙන්නේ මොන වගේද කාන්තා කණ්ඩායමක් හැටියට?
ඇත්තටම මම ක්‍රීඩා කරන කාලේ අපිට හොඳ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් හිටියා ටීම් එකේ. අර අපි මැච් එකකට උනත් යන්නේ හරියටම කිව්වොත් අර ආමි ටීම් එකක් වගේ මරාගෙන මැරෙන්න. ඒ ඇටිටියුඩ් එක තිබ්බ නිසා තමයි ඇත්තටම අපි කොහොම හරි තරඟ ජයග්‍රහණය කරේ ඒ දවස්වල.
තවත් ප්‍රශ්නයකට මගේ ඔළුව ගියා ඔබ අර වේගපන්දු යවන්න ගැන කතා කරමින් ඉද්දි මේ වෙනකොට ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමේ වේගපන්දු යවන්න තරම් නැහැ කාන්තා කණ්ඩායමේ. දඟපන්දු ගැන තමයි ලොකු විශ්වාසයක් තියෙන්නේ. අපිට වේගපන්දු යවන්න හදාගන්නත් අමාරු වෙලා තියෙනවා. මේ ගැන මොකද හිතන්නේ? දැන් ඔබේ කාලෙදිත් තිබුණු සම්පත් මීටත් වැඩි අඩුයි. නමුත් වේගපන්දු යවන්න බිහි වුණා. ඔබත් වේගපන්දු යවන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒ ගැන මතක මොන වගේද අදහස?
ඒක ගත්තොත් ඇත්තටම මම මුලින්ම මෙන්ෂන් කරන්න ඕනේ අපේ ට්‍රේනින් පැත්ත පොඩ්ඩක් ඉම්ප්‍රූව් වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒ වගේම ෆිට්නස් පැත්ත, ස්පෙෂලි ෆිට්නස් පැත්ත. මොකද අපි පාස් බෝලර්ස්ලට ට්‍රීට් කරන්න ඕනේ වෙනම විදිහට ෆිට්නස් ලෙවල් එකේ. ඒ වගේම මම මෙන්ෂන් කරන බැට්ස්මන්ලට ට්‍රීට් කරන්න ඕනේ වෙනම විදිහට ෆිට්නස් සයිඩ් එකේ. ඒ වගේම ඕල්රවුන්ඩර්ස්ලා ගන්න ඕනේ වෙනම විදිහට. දැන් අපේ යන්නේ ගොඩාක්ම එකම විදිහට ඒ කැටගරිස් තුනේම. එහෙම නෙමෙයි දැන් ඉස්සර ගත්තොත් පර්සනලි මම මාර විදියට ෆිට්නස් එක මේන්ටේන් කරගෙන හිටපු ක්‍රීඩිකාවක්. මොකද මම පාස් බෝලර් ඕල් රවුන්ඩර් ඒක නිසා ඒ වගේම මගේ ෆැෂන් එකක් තිබ්බා ෆිට්නස් වලට. ඒක නිසා මම මාර විදියට මේන්ටේන් කරා. ඒ වගේම රනින් පැත්ත. එක මාරම ඉම්පෝර්ටන්ට් පාස් බෝලර් කෙනෙකුට ෆිට්නස් ලෙවල් එකේ රනින් පැත්ත මේන්ටේන් කරනවා කියන එක. ඉතින් මම හිතන විදිහට දැන් ගොඩක් ගත්තොත් ෆිට්නස් වල ෆාස්ට් බෝලර්ස්ලා මදි ඒක ફોකස් කරනවා. අතන පාස් බෝලර් කෙනෙක් කිව්වහම එයාට වැදගත්ම සයිඩ් එක තමයි ෆිට්නස් එක මේන්ටේන් කරන එක. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ ගොඩාක් අපේ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ගොඩාක් ෆිට්නස් සයිඩ් එක ફોකස් කරනවා නම් ඊට වැඩිය ලොකු ඉම්ප්‍රූව්මන්ට් එකක් තියෙයි කියලා.
ඔව් මේ කතා කරන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ මේ මොහොතේ ඉන්න අපි අර වචනෙන් කිව්වොත් ක්වොලිෆයිඩ් ට්‍රේනර් කෙනෙක් නේද? එතකොට මේ ෆිට්නස් ට්‍රේනර් කෙනෙක් අපි ඒ ගැන අනිවාර්යෙන් ඉස්සරහට කතා කරනවා. ඉතින් මේක අත්දැකීමෙන් තමන්ගේ වෘත්තීමය දක්ෂතාවයෙන් කියන දෙයක්. ඉන් පස්සේ තාම අපිට අර ක්‍රිකට් ජීවිතය අවසන් කරගන්න බැරි වෙච්ච ඉඳලා ක්‍රීඩාවෙන් සමුගන්නෙත් ඔබ තරම් වයසක් ගිහිල්ලත් නෙමෙයි තරුණ කාලේ. මේ තවත් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න තිබුණා කියලාත් ලොකු මතයක් තියෙනවා. මම ටිකක් හොයලා බැලුවා ඔබේ ප්‍රේක්ෂිකාවන්ගෙන් සහ ප්‍රේක්ෂකයන්ගෙන්. ගොඩක් දෙනා කියනවා තව ටිකක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාව නම් හොඳයි කියලා. එක පැත්තකින් සමහර විට මේ දැන් ස්මෘති මන්දනා වගේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට ආදරය කරන ප්‍රේක්ෂකයෝ ඒ කාලේ ඔබට සෑහෙන ආදරය කරා. සහ දැනුත් ආදරය කරાવી මේ මම හිතන්නේ ටිකක් තියෙන රූපරාමයේම අඩුයි. ඒක නිසා වෙන්න ඕනේ මේ වැඩි මතක නැත්තේ. නමුත් මේ කාලේ ඔබ හිටියනම් මම හිතනවා මේ අපිට ඉන්දියාවෙන් ක්‍රීඩිකාව අවශ්‍ය වෙන්නේ නැහැ. මේ ක්‍රීඩාව උඩට ගන්න මීඩියා වලින් සහ මාධ්‍ය වලින්. ඉතින් ඒ ගැන ටිකක් මතක් කරොත් ඇයි තරුණ කාලෙම ක්‍රීඩාව නැවැත්තුවේ?
මම අයින් වෙද්දී මම නැෂනල් ටීම් ඇත්තටම අවුරුදු 17ක් නැෂනල් ටීම් එක මම හිටියා. ගොඩක් එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකක් ගත්තා. ඒ වගේම මට යටින් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ඇත්තටම හිටියා නැෂනල් ටීම් එකට එන්න බලාගෙන. ඉතින් මං හිතුවා ඒ කාලේ තමයි හොඳම කාලේ සහ මට මගේ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකෙන් මගේ රටේට මොකක් හරි දෙයක් කරන්න පුළුවන් ස්ට්‍රෙන්ත් එක තියෙන කාලේ. ඒක නිසා තමයි ඇත්තට මං අයින් වුණේ අනිත් අයට chance එක දීලා.
ඒතකොට දැන් ඔබ ක්‍රීඩිකාවක් හින්දා තවත් මම ප්‍රශ්න විශේෂ කරොත් දැන් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අවුරුදු 30න් පස්සේ වගේ අපි දැන් ජෛව විවිධත්වයේ පැත්තේ විවිධාත්මකව ගත්තොත් අපි දෙගොල්ල දෙවිදයක්නේ පිරිමි වෙනස් කාන්තාව වෙනස්. එතකොට ක්‍රීඩිකාවක් හැටියට ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තරුණ කාලේ ඉන් පස්සේ අවුරුදු 30න් විතර පස්සේ ඔබේ ශාරීරික වෙනස්කම් සිද්ධ වෙනවා. දැන් සාමාන්‍ය පිරිමින්ට වැඩි ඉක්මනින් කාන්තාව ටිකක් දුර්වල වෙන්න ගන්නවා හරියට බලාගත්තේ නැත්තම්. ඉතින් ඒක ගැන කොහොමද ඔබ වැඩ කටයුතු කරේ? දැන් ඔබ තාමත් හරිම ලස්සනට ඉන්න කෙනෙක්. තාමත් ඒ ආදරය එහෙමම තියෙන ප්‍රේක්ෂකයන්ගේ සහ ප්‍රේක්ෂිකාවන්ගේ. ඉතින් කොහොමද මේකට වැඩ කරේ විශ්‍රාම ගැනීමෙන් පස්සේ?
මම ඇත්තටම අර මම මුලින්ම කිව්වා වගේ මම ඉන්නේ ෆිට්නස් සයිඩ් එකේ. මොකද ගැහණු කෙනෙක් වයසට යද්දී ගොඩක් ફોකස් කරන්න ඕනේ හරි කෑම කන්න ඕනේ. ඊට පස්සේ at least පුළුවන් නම් ඇවිදින්න ඕනේ හැමදාම. ඒ දෙක මේන්ටේන් කරගෙන යනවා කියන්නේ ලෙඩ රෝග වලිනුත් ඈත් වෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ ශරීර සෞඛ්‍ය හැමදේම හොඳ පැත්තට යනවා. ඒක ෆිට්නස් පැත්ත මේන්ටේන් කරගෙන ගියොත්.
ඔව් අනිත් පැත්තෙන් ක්‍රීඩාවෙන් පස්සේ තමන් මොන දේවල් කරන්න ඕනේද කියන දේ දැන් තමන්ට ඉලක්කයක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ. තමන්ගේ ජීවිතේ කොතැනද ගෙනියන්නේ? දැන් ක්‍රීඩාව කරලා ඉවර වෙලා එක පාටම ක්‍රීඩාව නවත්තලා නිකන් ඉන්නත් බෑ. නමුත් ඔබ හරිම හොඳට ඒක ප්ලෑන් කරපු කෙනෙක්. හොඳට සැලසුමකින් වැඩ කරපු කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් ඒක ගැන කිව්වොත් එහෙම ක්‍රීඩා කරන කාලේ හිතුවද කවදා හරි මම ෆිට්නස් ට්‍රේනර් කෙනෙක් වෙනවා මම මෙහෙම ඉස්සරහට යන්න ඕනේ කියලා? නැත්නම් කොහොමද ඒ අදහස ආවේ?
ඒක අදහස ආවේ ඇත්තටම මම මෙතෙන් මෙන්ෂන් කරන්න ඕනේ මියුරු ජයවීර සහ නෝමන් කොෂ්නාක්. ඒ දෙන්න තමයි මගේ ළඟම හිටපු යාළුවෝ දෙන්න. ඒ දෙන්න තමයි ඇත්තටම මාව පුෂ් කරේ ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාව කෝස් එක කරන්න. එතෙන්දී මම ගොඩාක් දේවල් ඉගෙන ගත්තා. මොකද මම ගොඩක්ම නැෂනල් ටීම් එකේ ප්ලේ කරපු නිසා අනිත් කන්ට්‍රීස් වල ගිහින් එයාලා කොහොමද ට්‍රේන් කරන්නේ, අපේ රටේ කොහොමද ට්‍රේනින් යන්නේ, වගේම දැන් මම මගේ කෝස් එක කරේත් මම වෙන කන්ට්‍රි එක ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාව වල. ඉතින් ඒ ඔක්කොම එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක අරගෙන තමයි මම ඇත්තටම ක්වොලිෆයි ට්‍රේනර් කෙනෙක් කෝච් කෙනෙක් විදිහට මම එළියට ආවේ. ඉතින් ඇත්තටම මම දැන් දන්නවා එක්සැක්ට්ලි කොහොමද නෝමල් ස්පෝර්ට්ස් කරන්නේ නැති කෙනෙකුට ට්‍රීට් කරන්නේ කොහොමද, ට්‍රේනින් කරන්නේ කොහොමද සහ ඇත්ලීට්ලාට ට්‍රේනින් කරන්නේ කොහොමද කියන්න. මොකද ඒක නිසා තමයි ඇත්තටම මමයි ડોક્ટર මියුරු ජයවීර එකතු වෙලා හොඳ ෆිට්නස් මොඩල් එකක් හදලා තියෙනවා. යෝගා සහ මෙඩිටේෂන් ෆිට්නස් ඒ ඔක්කොම කම්බිනේෂන් එකක් තියෙන.
හිතයි ගතයි දෙකම.
ඔව් ඒක තමයි ඒක ගොඩක්ම ඉම්පෝර්ටන්ට් තරඟ ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්න. අපේ රටේ ගොඩක්ම ફોකස් කරන්නේ නැත්තේ මයින්ඩ් එක ඩෙවලොප් කරන එක ගැන. ඉතින් අපි ඒ නිසාම තමයි මේ මොඩල් එක හැදුවේ ඉන්ට්‍රොඩියුස් කරන්න ස්පෙෂලි ලංකාවේ ඉන්න ඇත්ලීට්ලට. අර කතාවක් තියනවානේ අපේ මනස මයින්ඩ් එක ට්‍රේන් කරන්න ඕනේ අපේ ඇඟේ බොඩි එකේ මසල් එකක් වගේ කියලා. අන්න ඒ වගේ තමයි. මොකද අපි අපේ අඩුපාඩුව තියෙන්නේ එතන. මොකද දැන් අපි ක්‍රිකට් මැච් එකක් ගත්තොත් සිටුේෂන් හැන්ඩලින් කියන එක මාරම ඉම්පෝර්ටන්ට් ඒ සිටුේෂන් එකේ. ඉතින් ඒ වෙලාවට අපිට තප්පරෙන් දෙකෙන් ක්වික් ඩිසිෂන් ගන්න තියෙනවා. අපිට විනාඩියක් පැය භාගයක් හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැ ඩිසිෂන් එකක් ගන්න. තප්පරයක් ගන්න. සෙකන්ඩ් ගානකින් අපිට ගන්න තියෙන ඩිසිෂන් එක. එතකොට අපේ ඇඟේ හයිය තිබිලා වැඩක් නැහැ. හැබැයි අපේ මනසේ හයිය තියෙන්න ඕනේ සිටුේෂන් එක හරියට හැන්ඩල් කරන්න, තරඟ ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්න. ඉතින් ඒක තමයි අපේ අතර මම ඉල්ලනවා ලංකාවේ ස්පෝර්ට් ෆීල්ඩ් එකේ අය අපේ මසල් වලට විතරක් වර්ක්අවුට් කරන්න එපා. හැබැයි මයින්ඩ් එකට වැදගත් වෙන දේවල් ඇත්තටම ගොඩාක් දේවල් තියෙනවා. යෝගා, මෙඩිටේෂන්, ඊට පස්සේ මෙඩිටේෂන් පැත්තේ පොත් තියෙනවා. ඒවා කියවන්න. ඒ දැනුම මාර වැදගත්.
ඔව් එතකොට මේ ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාවේ කාලයක් ෆිට්නස් ට්‍රේනින් කරපු හින්දා සහ අධ්‍යාපනය ලැබුණු නිසා ඔබට හොඳට පේනවා දැන් ඔබ පෙන්නවා ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ නැති දේවල් කොහොමද අපි මේවා ඉදිරියට හදාගන්නේ කියලා. ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාවේ අපිට වැඩි තියෙන දේවල් මොනවද? උන් මොනවද පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ මේ ට්‍රේනින් ගන්න? දැන් ඔබ ලංකාවට ඒක අරගෙන ඇවිත් තියෙනවා. අපි ඒ ටික මොනවද කියලා කිව්වොත් ප්‍රේක්ෂකයන්ට තවත් පහසුයි මොනවද මට මෙතෙන්ද ගිහින් ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන් කියලා.
ඒකේ ඇත්තටම ඒ රටවල ක්‍රියේටිවිටි අපි ගත්තොත් අපි කියමුකෝ මම උදාහරණයක් ගන්නම් අපේ සාමාන්‍ය ජීවිතයේ වෙන දේවල් අපි මොකක් හරි අපි කියමුකෝ කොස් ගෙඩියක් ගත්තොත් අපි දන්නේ ඒකෙන් කොස් තම්බලා කන්න එක්ක කොස් උයලා කන්න එක්ක වරක හරි වැල හරි කන්න එතනින් එහාට අපි out of the box අපි හිතන්නේ නැහැනේ but අනිත් countries වල එහෙම නෙවෙයි අපි ඒ කොස් ගෙඩිය ගත්තොත් ඒ ඇටෙන් මොනවද කරන්නේ ඒක කුඩු කරලා මොනවද කරන්නේ අන්න ඒ වගේ දේවල් ගොඩාක් ફોකස් කරනවා දැන් අපේ ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ෆීල්ඩ් එකේ ගත්තොත් ඒක නිසා තමයි ස්කිල් වයිස් අපි ඉස්සරහින් ඉන්නවා හැබැයි මෙන්ටලි වයිස් එයාලා මාර මූඩ ඒක නිසා තමයි අපි ඇත්තනම තරඟ ගොඩාක්ම පරාජයටපත් වෙන
දිනන ළඟට
එනවා අපි දිනන්න දන්නේ හැබැයි අනිත් countries ඒක මේ මාර විදිහට ફોකස් කරලා තියෙනවා. يعني මම ඇත්තටම ඉල්ලනවා අපි naturally අපි skill wise මාර ඉදිරියෙන් ඉන්නවා. අපිට practice නොකර match එකක් ගහන්න පුළුවන් අය ඉන්න. හැබැයි ඒ situation එකේ match එක දිනන්නේ කොහොමද කියලා හිතන්න කට්ටිය අඩුයි. ඒ හිතන එක තමයි ඇත්තටම අනිත් countries develop කරන්නේ. එයාලගේ ගොඩාක් programs තියෙනවා team work team building program තියෙනවා ඊට පස්සේ ඒ communication skill develop කරනවා එයාලගේ meditation කරනවා ඒ වගේ ගොඩාක් දේවල් අනිත් countries focus කරනවා අපි හිතන්නේ නැති දේවල්
මේක අපිට පේන්න තියෙනවා ලෝක ක්‍රීඩාව දිහා බලද්දී නේ දැන් ඉන්දියානු කණ්ඩායම අපිත් එක්ක ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දී විරාත් කොහ්ලි වෙන්න පුළුවන් ශුභ්මන් ගිල් අපි දැක්කා ඉතාලම හොඳ ඉනිමක් මේ පහුගිය දවසක ලකුණු 200ක ඉනිමක් ඉතින් ඒ ඉනිමෙන්දි පවා පන්දුවාර 5කදී Tamanට ලකුණු 50ක් තනියෙන් ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන් කියන විශ්වාසය සහ ඊට සූදානම තමන්ගේ ශරීරයත් මනසත් දෙකම නේද? ඉතින් ඊටම වැදගත් මේ කාරණා ටික. තවත් දෙයක් තියෙනවා මේ නිශ්චිත වයසක් තියනවාද ක්‍රීඩකෙක් හෝ ක්‍රීඩකෙක් නොවන කෙනෙක් වුණත් ෆිට්නස් ගැන අවධානය යොමු කරන්න නිශ්චිත වයසක් තියනවාද?
වයස කියන්නේ මම හිතන්නේ නම්බර් එකක් විතරයි. එයාට ස්කිල් එක and එයාගේ මනස හොඳට දියුණු වෙලා නම් එයා ස්ට්‍රෝං නම් ස්පෙෂලි මනසින් ඕන දෙයක් කරන්න පුළුවන් ඇත්තටම කිව්වොත් මම නම් කියන්නේ වයස කියන්නේ නම්බර් එකක් විතරයි. අපි ලංකාවේ හිතාගෙන තියෙනවා අවුරුදු 30 වෙද්දී give up කරන්න ඕනේ මෙයා වයසට ගිහින් මෙයාගේ ෆීල්ඩින් බෑ එහෙම ඇත්තටම මේ මම නම් ඇග්‍රී වෙන්නේ නැහැ ඒකට.
ඔව් හරිම මේ පොසිටිව් ඔබේ කතාව හරිම ධනාත්මකයි. එතකොට තවත් පැත්තකින් අහන්න හිතෙනවා දැන් කාන්තාව දැන් මම මේක ටිකක් ආර්ථික පැත්තට අරගෙන යන්න හදන්නේ. දැන් ක්‍රීඩිකාවෝ ක්‍රීඩාවෙන් සමුගන්නවත් එක්කම දැන් ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කරන ක්‍රීඩිකාවක් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩකෙක් වගේ නෙමෙයි. උන්ට සාමාන්‍යයෙන් යම්කිසි මුදලක් ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන් හොඳට ක්‍රීඩා කරොත්. එතකොට ඔබට ක්‍රීඩාවෙන් සමුගත්තයින් පස්සේ තමන්ගේ විශ්‍රාමික ජීවිතේ තමන්ට අවශ්‍ය විදිහට ව්‍යාපාර කරන්න ඕන කුමක් හරි දෙයකට පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට මේ අවස්ථාව තියෙනවද කියන දේ මම මේ අහන්න හදන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ ඔවුන් කරන කැපකිරීමට සාපේක්ෂව දැන් අපි කතා කරා වගේ මේ ෆිට්නස් ප්‍රශ්නේ. එතකොට කාන්තාවක් හැටියට ඇගේ පවුල් වල බර ගන්න දේ. එතකොට ඒ වගේම අවුරුදු 30 විතර පැන්නාම අර ස්වභාවිකව ටිකක් දුර්වල වෙන එක තමන් වළක්ව ගන්න මහන්සි වෙන්නත් ඕන. එතකොට ඒ හැමදේම වගකීම අපි ඒ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට දානවට වැඩිය අපි මොනවාද ඔවුන්ට තව ලබා දෙන්න ඕන. ඒ කියන්නේ ඔබේ කාලේ ගොඩක් දේවල් තිබුණේ නැහැ. ඉතින් ඔබට හොඳටම පේනවා ඇති. සහ දැන් ඔබ ජීවිතේ ටිකක් දියුණු කරගෙන තියෙන කෙනෙක්. ඊටාම මේ හොඳින් ජීවත් වෙන කෙනෙක් හොඳ සමාජ මට්ටමක. එතකොට ඔබට මම හිතන්නේ අලුත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට දෙන්න පණිවිඩයක් තියෙවි අනිවාර්යෙන් මෙතන.
ඔව් පණිවිඩයක් කියන්නේ ඉස්සර අතර අපිට ගොඩාක් දේවල් හම්බුනේ නැහැ. හැබැයි අපි ගොඩක්ම ස්ට්‍රෝං මනසින් ස්ට්‍රෝං කියන්නේ මොන ප්‍රශ්නාවක් අපි බෑක් ෆුට් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. හැබැයි දැන් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ ඉස්සරට වැඩිය දේවල් හම්බ වෙනවා. හැබැයි ඒක කළමනාකරණය කරගන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක කළමනාකරණය කරගෙන ගොඩාක්ම තමන් ඩිවලොප් වෙන ඒවා ફોකස් කරන්න ඕනේ. නැත්තම් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් තියෙන අපි කියමුකෝ උදේ 7ට ඇවිල්ලා 5 වෙනකන් අපි ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එක ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරනවට වඩා අර ක්වොන්ටිටි වලට වඩා ක්වොලිටි කියන එක මාර ඉම්පෝටන්ට්. ඒක තමයි ફોකස් කරන්න ඕනේ අපේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්. මොකද හරියටම කිව්වොත් ලංකාවේ පිරිමි අයට ඇත්තටම ගොඩක් දේවල් හම්බ වෙනවා. හැබැයි අපේ කාන්තා ක්‍රිකට් වලට even ගත්තොත් ඇත්ලීට්ට හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක නිසා එයාලා නියුට්‍රිෂන් පැත්ත බලන්න අමාරුයි. මොකද ගොඩාක් ප්‍රෝටීන් ගන්න තියෙනවා. ප්‍රෝටීන් ගත්තා ලංකාවේ ලොකු කොස්ට් එකක් යනවා. හැබැයි අර මම හැම වෙලෙම කියන්නේ out of the box හිතන්න කියලා. ප්‍රෝටීන් ගත්තාම අපි මීට්ම කන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. හැබැයි ප්‍රෝටීන් තියෙන ගොඩක් එළවලු ජාති
Zimbabwe scorecard. The chief contributor in the opener, Richard, with 42 runs, along with Jimmy, the vital 20, and the latter part of Stuart and Dash contributing with 24 and 31 respectively. 155 to win. Sri Lanka would think at this point it will be a canter, but you never know until both sides are done. The bowling card. Major honours for Daminda, 9 overs, 15 runs for 3 wickets, very economical as well. Suwanji Madanayak doing the job for the skipper with 2 wickets, and Shane, the skipper himself, picking up 2 wickets. 19 extras.
What is not shown there is Renuka Nonis held on to 2 catches.
Impeccable fielding, I thought, by Sri Lanka. I mentioned it on air before as well. Taking into consideration the age group, the fielding has been phenomenal.
Yeah, brilliant catch by Priyantha Rajapaksa. Before that, Indika Diseram. So, in the absence of Rovin Piris, Saman Jayanta will now open with Indika Diseram. Indika Diseram from Matara scored a 100 at school cricket level, first 11. Saman Jayanta from Ambalangoda, dashing bat, went on to play for a lot of senior clubs in Colombo, and now both of them are coaches. Big responsibility for the two of them.
The IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. What a prestigious event. Sri Lanka being the host. The organizing has been brilliant. Big effort by a few individuals to ensure that this tournament is an outright success. Saman Jayanta and Indika Diseram, the two batters. Indika Diseram on strike.
James White open batting. No, that's wrong. It's the bowler. Down leg side, starts with a wide. Simon Holland and Simon Holland, by the way, from England, and Martin Wale from Wales is at leg stump, leg umpire's position. Umpire Wale.
Indika Diseram, generally very aggressive. He looked to attack from the outset.
That is a decent delivery. Watched very carefully.
With a tennis ball bounce. We saw this in the first inning. Jimmy, the opening bowler for Zimbabwe, he would look to exploit whatever invariable bounce, but there we go. Indika off the mark with a stunning shot, a back foot punch through extra car mid-off, and that'll start his run score, or the aggregate for Indika. The total is on 3.
Long chase for the Zimbabwe Over-50s skipper Brian Goodman. And good win. Could be another couple. If they are looking for it, no, they won't.
Will be very interesting to see if Indika Disaram does get a proper start. He'll ensure that he'll take the bowlers to the cleaners. It's something that he's done in the past.
Priyantha Rajapaksa, who usually keeps wickets, is also the opening bat in the previous game. He opened with Ruin Pires and they put on 38 runs.
So different ploys, especially because some of the players been unavailable today.
It's going to be a long over for James White. They started aggressively. Okay, thinking is good, you must pick the wickets. There is no possibility of them defending this 154 runs. Well fielded.
Now, Harith, if these two batters get any sort of start, you might see some proper fireworks here at the MCA.
Yeah, both of them have been amongst the runs in a previous warm-up match. Indika Disaram got a 72 and Saman Jayant in the previous game 58. Oh. Went fishing.
That's a good delivery on a good length. Ball moving ever so slightly away from Saman. Couple of balls came back towards him. That's probably why he was having a poke at that. He was uncertain whether it would go away or come in. That's probably or pretty much where he should be as a bowler with this new ball.
Okay, thank you very much.
There we go. The first 6 for Sri Lanka, courtesy Saman Jayant. 11 for no loss, Sri Lanka after the first over.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076.
There we go. Good replay as to how effective that was from Saman Jayant. Deserved to be punished. A half tracker, no pace at all, asking to be hit away. So Stuart Kashula to start proceedings from the far end. Seems like a bit of off spin. Now off spin is something that Indika Disaram loves, and might see some big hits attempted by Disaram here.
You bowl in that fashion. Yeah, asking to be hit.
This might be a very quick run chase if these two batters are in for any sort of time. You give it 45 minutes to one now of these two, you're looking at a score of around 80 or 90.
I'm not going to complain. I can go home early. See, both of them would want runs against their name.
Here we go, come on.
That would be the ideal situation.
Oh.
Saman Jant on 6 of 3 balls, Indika Diseram 8 of 5.
Malcolm Jones is the wicket keeper.
Here we go.
That slip is Gavin Lindsay.
Here we go, Stu.
That would be a couple. They are very quick between wickets too, so the running between wickets will be also very effective. They will want to minimize the risks taken in trying to score quickly. Both of them are very capable. Both of them have had national representation. Illustrious inter-club Premier Division careers.
Saman Jant surpassed 9,500 runs if I'm not mistaken before he retired, and Diseram a lot more than that, I would believe.
I'll tell you, even last year in a Premier game for Panadura, where he was also coach player against BRC, his former club, he came and smashed a half century and won the game, having lost it on the first innings for an outright victory.
Shows the fitness, shows his caliber as a player.
Same thing with Saman Jayanta. Very fit, regular. Oh, that's a poor stroke.
Here we go.
That's in the 2 overs. Sri Lanka 19 for no loss.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Jimmy to continue his second over, third over of the innings. Saman Jant on strike. 2 slips to gully. Very attacking field. Obviously looking for wickets up front. But the radar has been pretty poor from the outset. This is his third wide if I'm not mistaken. So Zimbabwe, they need to ensure that they get the basics right. They put this new ball in the right areas to give the best possibility of getting wickets up front. But so far, it's been all Sri Lanka. 2 overs, 20 runs. There we go once again. Saman Jant loves it short, especially at that pace. I wonder if some of those vehicles parked in the parking lot are safe. So see the replay, too short to be bowling at that pace, and just eased it through mid-wicket, front of mid-wicket actually, for 4 runs. Once again short, but this time outside off stump. Played towards mid-off. He's looking to be ultra aggressive. He sees the length that he's been bowling thus far.
They've got a decent start. Remember, Zimbabwe openers put on 35 runs. And Jimmy was involved in that as an opening bat. He's opening bowler, and now he's getting a taste of what? Oh, very wide.
Well, this is where they've been struggling a lot. The ability to bowl at the right areas is vital against, especially when you have a new ball in hand. So they've been very poor in that sense, bowling short, bowling wides. Another wide, it seems. Yes, there we go.
So it's going to be another long over for James White. Tough condition. When you have this sort of baking sun, you tire off very quickly. Indika Deseram will take some time to settle down if he's not given full tosses or half trackers. But once he gets going, once he gets to 20, then it's a different story altogether.
Good ball on a good length. Wicket to wicket. Was slightly moving away from the batter. This is exactly what Jimmy needs to do. The batters will struggle with his lack of pace. If he can get it in the right spot and move it here and there, he'll be a handful for the Sri Lankan batters. But there we go once again. Too short, too wide. Deseram unable to pounce on it.
Having stopped the ball, leopard crawl from the fielder. Take a look at this. Emlyn Kuhn. That's a freebie as far as Indika Deseram is concerned. Brilliantly struck once again. Total moving up to 31 at the end of 3 overs. Sri Lanka Over-50s in reply.
You want the same? You want the same?
Kasula to continue. Jayant on strike. Yes. Eased it and placed it beautifully. Just wide of that long on fieldsman. And picks up another boundary. Saman Jayant looks to be the man in form, Eric.
See, the difference is that with this pace, you've got to be absolutely spot on.
And again, the Sri Lankan batters looking to dominate proceedings from the outset. They know that the run rate will be a factor as the tournament progresses. So they're going from the outset and placed once again by Saman. The ball racing towards the boundary, but the fielders managed to stop it. They crossed through for a couple.
Leading into the shot once again, getting right on top of it. They got onto a decent start. It's a wonderful facility here, the Mercantile Cricket Association ground. Over 100 years. The first Sri Lankan president was Chandra Shafter, a double international. Oh, poor shot. Really.
Well. Out of the blue. A false stroke there by Saman. And see what good bowling could do. This was well pitched just outside our stump on a fuller length and inducing that false stroke by the batter. Top edged it straight to for slip.
He'll be disappointed the way he was dismissed. Saman Jayanta.
Took it easy, I guess. The ball just drifting away from the batter. Would have been better off looking to go down the ground rather than a hike over mid-wicket. Rory Ingram, the wicket keeper. He looked to get Deseram on strike more often than not.
You guys straight. Ooh.
Good ball there by Kashula to follow up the wicket on a good lane, slightly quicker this time.
Great opportunity for Rory Ingram to get some runs and get his confidence.
The Sri Lankan camp there, the coach Harsha. 4 was done, 37 for the loss of 1 wicket Sri Lanka.
Now on Dialogue Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialogue View app. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the View app and add your Dialogue Television connection today. Dialogue, official sponsor of the national cricket team.
The first bowling change, Emlyn Kuhn is being brought in.
Wait. Whoa. Too many on that
Emlyn
side.
Kuhn seems like a spinner. The field set.
Dash in, yeah. Just roll out, Rich. Just behind square, point. Behind square. Just behind, yeah.
The field suggests that he is a leg spinner, but let's see.
Same as yesterday, right?
Well. Whatever spin there was, obviously is the boundary heading towards the ball heading towards the boundary line by Deseram. So poor start once again by Emlyn, and Indika Deseram continuing the great work that he's been doing thus far.
Slowly settling in. I said 20. The 20 will come with that stroke. Back-to-back boundaries. In front of the wicket, behind the wicket, on the offside. He's got to 20 very quickly.
Indika Deseram has been an exceptional player against spin right throughout his career, so I don't think this type of spin would really bother him at all, and he would love to be on strike more often than not, and Sri Lanka would be very pleased to see Deseram taking the majority of the strike. Eased away towards the leg side. Another easy single for Indika Deseram. Score on to 46. Rory Ingram yet to get out the mark.
I think he should rotate the strike and get his confidence. 20 from him would boost his confidence.
There is a clear, significant difference in the stroke play offered by guys like Saman Jayant, Indika Deseram, as opposed to some of the others, which also does mean that they've been playing more cricket than the others, I guess, in the recent past.
Yeah, that, and no questions about their quality, their ability, their skill level.
Didn't pick the length there. Fuller delivery went right back. end of the 5th over, 47 for the loss of 1 wicket.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් ද පපරේ ටීවී එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD. ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
An onslaught from Sri Lanka in reply, chasing 145 of a target. I've already bought that to a 2-digit total now. That was put in the air. Good bowling from Stewart, who has been expensive. 1 for 14 in 2 overs. Got that price wicket of Saman Jayantha. Rory Ingram. Opportunity for him to get a bat out in the middle. Denied a quick single. As I welcome Eric Gowda to the combox. A good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to all our viewers as well. They are watching us from whichever part of the world. Hope you're enjoying the coverage of all the action. And this is certainly a special tournament for the Over-50s. And 6 matches down for decision every single day. This match at the MCA Grounds. Games have been played at the CCC Grounds, at the course, the BRC.
Oh, Wabba!
Indeed, and plenty of hard work put into all these games as well from the production teams of the Papare. Bring you live action from all across Colombo. This IMC Over-50s World Cup, as Ingram will cross over for a couple of runs. Sri Lanka in a hurry. Zimbabwe pinned right to the wall. They need quick wickets. They need a couple of quick wickets to put some pressure on this batting lineup. So again, cut away straight to the fielder. Dot ball to end the 6th over. Quiet over from the Sri Lankan batsman. As Sri Lanka in reply, 49 for 1.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here.
Chasing a target of 155, Sri Lanka. And lucky escape for Indika Diseram, as that will tickle away for a boundary. Sri Lanka have crossed the 50-run mark inside 6.1 overs. A half chance opportunity gone down begging for Zimbabwe in the slip cordon.
Yes, you can't call it a chance. It was well wide of that slip fielder, but still that edge from Indika Diseram. Well driven, but well stopped as well at mid-off. The timing was good. Couldn't get the placement right, was Indika Diseram.
Indeed, Diseram has raced away to 25 in just 14 deliveries. Sri Lanka 102 runs away from the total of Zimbabwe.
That can only come from you.
Fun times out in the middle. Zimbabwe will have to work a lot of hard with the ball in hand to try and get all 10 wickets of Sri Lanka. As we talk about wickets, Indika Diseram, he's been castled as another breakthrough for Zimbabwe.
Yes, they got the prime batsman out from the Sri Lankan side. And that one tossed up, going for the drive, the foot nowhere near the pitch of the ball, went through the gate between bat and pad and just rattled the stumps. So Indika Diseram also, he departs for 25 ball by Eblin. And Sri Lanka Over-50s 53 for the loss of 2 wickets. Where in the 7th over, plenty of overs left. In fact, each innings is 45 overs.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialogue View app and the...
Russell Ingram joins his brother Rory Ingram in the middle now. Sri Lanka losing both their openers inside 6.4 overs, but the initial damage is done by them. 53 runs took on the attack early on as Russell Ingram walks out to the middle.
He's looking at the field for the left-handed Ingram. He's got a slip in place along with the backward point. A short mid-off with the extra cover and a deep mid-off on the offside. On the onside, he's got that deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg and a mid-wicket. 3 fielders on the onside. So 102 runs to win from 230 balls, that's the equation. They got 8 wickets in hand.
Indeed, Sri Lanka would find this easy work, but wickets can change the game as Sri Lanka can find themselves in a sort of spot of bother after that early aggressive start. Sri Lanka will have to be watchful. They wouldn't want to lose wickets and just put some unnecessary pressure on themselves. Left alone once again. Good leave to end the 7th over. A wicket over for Zimbabwe. Sri Lanka 53 for 2 in reply. Ingram brothers in the middle. On strike now, Rory came in at number 3. Russell yet to get off the mark. Right and left hand combination as well. As Ingram looking to take the bowler on Stewart.
So Sri Lanka's run rate will certainly drop with the departure of the 2 hard-hitting openers, Indika Diseram and Saman Jayanta. Current run rate is 7.53. They require further 2.67 from this stage onwards.
Slight delay in the middle. Stewart will like to bowl more at Russell Ingram, the left-hander. Try and find the outside edge and make that slip cordon in play.
Trying to play across the line, doesn't make contact. Wicketkeeper gets a tad to it.
Straight back at the bowler. Russell Ingram yet to get off the mark now. Zimbabwe come back well into the game, piling up on the dot balls as Ingram gets off the mark with that cover drive. Straight to the skipper. A good win to end another quiet over for Sri Lanka. 55-2 after 8.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujithu 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17.
Spin to continue from both the ends. They have reduced the run scoring of Sri Lanka. They would like to add more to that wickets column as well as another. Just beating the outside edge now. Wicket deteriorating. It was used yesterday as well for the game between UAE and New Zealand. Once again straight back at the bowler.
Oh, can't get there. Beats the fielder into the long on boundary for 4.
Indeed, a welcome boundary for Sri Lanka after a couple of overs. They were dealing in boundaries to start off, but the 2 wickets dent them scoring boundaries. But Ingram on this occasion says otherwise and gets a welcome boundary in his first boundary in the innings for Russell Ingram. Sri Lanka 8 fours already and a solitary 6 in just the opening 8.4 overs as Ingram once again couple of bounces into the fence.
Yes, back-to-back boundaries for Russell Ingram. So 8 runs on the 2 balls. In fact, when things looked rather bleak and not many runs coming in for the Sri Lanka Over-50s, these 2 boundaries helped their cause.
Once again cut away into that gap, but won't find the boundary. Will cross over for a couple of runs. There's an expensive over from Emlyn to end the 9th over. Sri Lanka in reply is 65 for 2 after 9. To continue. Rory now playing a second fiddle. Russell taking that attack on in that previous over. A 10-run over for Sri Lanka to get back into the groove. They had a couple of quiet overs after the quick wickets of Saman Jayant and Indika Diseram. Surely Ingram brothers would want to take more priority in the game as swept away. Good fielder Good fielding by skipper Goodwin. Taken on the full. Not bounce, but done well, Brian Goodwin, skipper. Nice late cut. Good running between the wickets as well. Now ticking over the runs are Sri Lanka. Getting the trail, the target rather, down to the 2 digits.
So Stuart Maschula in operation. He's bowling his 5th over. Open the bowling as well. So 9 fours and 1 6 so far in this Sri Lankan innings. They were off in a blaze, in fact, when Indika Diseram and Saman Jayantha were there, opened the batting. It rained boundaries. But with the departure of those 2 batsmen, the openers, things are slowed down. Wide called. Looking at this field that Stuart Kastula has, he's got 1 slip in place, backward point, a point extra cover, tossed up, driven out on the onside towards long on. So Stuart Kastula expecting the batsmen to use their feet to come down the track to go for big hits perhaps and loft the ball. He had the wicket of Saman Jayantha that way, and Jayantha got a leading edge. Was caught by slip.
Well negotiated by Russell. Watchful these 2 in the middle. Plenty of batting to come for Sri Lanka. Deep batting lineup. Driven straight to the field and not what you want when you're defending a very slim score of 155. As that midfield leads for a single to end the 10th over. As you see the replay, safely home. Russell Ingram tried to get a couple of runs. After 10 overs, Sri Lanka cruising 70 for 2.
Welcome back to the MCA Grounds. Sri Lanka 70 for the loss of 2 wickets after 10 overs. Russell on 13 and Rory Ingram on 6 of 15 balls. Emblin to his 4th over, 24 runs so far. Captured an important scalp too. So Sri Lanka getting off to a flyer courtesy Saman Jayantha and Indika Diseram, but Zimbabwe managing to pick up both scalps. They put the brakes on a bit, poor bit of fielding, thereby the extra car fieldsman enables them to cross through for 2 runs. Russell moving on to 15. Full delivery driven towards the extra car.
area. Fielding has to be much better by the Zimbabwe team if they want to challenge the Sri Lankans. Sri Lanka, on the other hand, they were really good in the field. They held on to a couple of great catches. Has been a key difference between the two teams thus far.
Yes, Sri Lanka fielding was just on point. Brilliant example for other cricket teams who watch on as well.
Rory Ingram, the right-hander, the wicket-keeper of the team. He's playing his part, hanging in there. Pictures coming to you live from the MCA Cricket Grounds in Colombo.
Playing the late cut straight to the lone slip fielder.
Next ball driven down the ground straight towards the mid-off fieldsman. No chance of a run there. So Rory looking to be a bit more aggressive.
Indeed, Sri Lanka just now taken away, as you see, the batting card early onslaught from Saman Giant and Indika Diseram. 20 of 14 for Saman Giant, Indika Diseram 25 of 16. These two absolutely took on the bowlers and gave Sri Lanka a flying start. And after them losing the two early wickets, Rory and Russell Ingram have managed to steady the ship once again for Sri Lanka. Currently 73 for 2 in 11 overs, racing away, and just 6 extras in the batting card. As you see, plenty of batsmen to come as well. Skipper Shane Fernando, Riyantha Rajapaksa, Punyakanta, Nonis, Daminda, Chaminda, Ravi. Surely Sri Lanka will have this game in the bag, as it seems, but plenty of work to do.
This partnership will be vital for Sri Lanka. They would want to see them surpass 120 at least, which means it will be just another 30 runs for victory from there onwards. The bowling for Zimbabwe, Jimmy a bit expensive, going at 11.5 over Stewart and Emlyn have been reasonable, but overall Sri Lankans dominating proceedings thus far.
It's been an absolute dominant start from Sri Lanka. Saman Giant just punched that way, pulled that way. Then he drove, absolutely took this bowling attack to the cleaners, you can say. Wasn't afraid of playing the strokes early on. This was the ball that perished. Quick innings, Saman Giant walked back. And Indika Diseram got into the act. Took the bowlers in its merits. Absolutely got quick runs, and then he was castled by Emlyn. As to Russell Ingram brothers are building up an important partnership for Sri Lanka in reply. Needing 155 runs. As you see the match summary thus far, Zimbabwe, after winning the toss, batting first, were bundled out for 154 inside 43.5 overs. 7 balls goes in vain for them, as top scores coming in from Richard, 42 of 70 deliveries. At the pick of the ball is for Sri Lanka, 3 for 15. Daminda, Saman Giant, 2 for 10, and skipper Shane Fernando, 2 for 6, as he wrapped up the Zimbabwe innings. And in reply, Sri Lanka currently 73 for 2 in 11 overs. Sri Lanka need just another 82 runs to win.
Yes, Sri Lanka sitting at the driver's seat at the moment. Beautiful pictures of Colombo, brought to you by the Papare team. We are here at the MCA. It's very bright, very humid. It's peak summertime in Sri Lanka.
The cricket season is on. Lots of cricket played in Sri Lanka this time of the year. The school season, the inter-club season, now the Over-50s World Cup, the Australia-Sri Lanka International Tour. So cricket galore in the island paradise, Sri Lanka.
Indeed, most loved sport in the country. Plenty of action all around. And if you are a cricket fan, it will feel like Christmas for you. Plenty of cricket.
So Sri Lanka are missing a couple of key players this game, especially Ruvin Piris, who got 93 yesterday. Probably resting today. Not the easiest task to go back to back. So they've given a few other squad members a go. It's also about understanding, finalizing the best probable 11 going forward towards the latter part of the tournament. When the business end does come Sri Lanka's way, they've got to identify the best possible 11 players in form, players who's contributed towards winning causes during the tournament.
Indeed, when they face tougher opposition, they will have to be clinical. A slight held up in the middle, but looks like things are good to go now. As a dash will be brought into the attack from the scoreboard end. Russell Ingram, 16 of 19 deliveries. Main contributor in this partnership. As you don't often see a bowler bowling with a cap on. Dash. Slight shout from the wicketkeeper.
Seems like it came off the pad. Yes. Russell, who's on 16, might prefer the left arm spin.
Indeed, Russell would want to take the attack on. His brother Rory would like to stay where he is at the non-strikers end when the left arm orthodox spin of Dash.
The two brothers, Russell Ingram and Rory Ingram here. Slight misfield once again. Once again showing that the fielding has not been up to scratch for Zimbabwe. Not to mention the low score that they've got, 154. So the fielding has to be spot on. See the replay once again, short and wide. Cut by Ingram. And see the poor bit of fielding, which enabled one. And for the brother Rory Ingram to be on strike.
Fielding has been below par for Zimbabwe. And on the other hand, Sri Lanka had a brilliant day out in the field. Two absolute breathtaking catches from Indika Disera man Priyantha Rajapaksa. And when your fielding pros come into act, it absolutely gives a big lift to the side. Once again, quite a famous shot for Rory Ingram. A late cut. He's opted that shot a couple of times now, but not being able to get the runs in.
Run dash. Lovely length. Ball.
Look at the field. There's a big gap deep the square boundary in the offside, probably where he wants to penetrate, and that's been placed beautifully by Rory. A full toss plays beautifully between the long on and the deep mid-wicket fielder. A welcome boundary for Rory. Was struggling a bit. This would hopefully break the shackles for him.
Indeed. Beautifully swept away, piercing that gap.
All right, guys, here we go. Here we go, boys.
Rory now entering the double digits. He's 10 of 19 deliveries. Once again taking on the full and straight to the fence as Rory finishes his over off on a high. As an expensive over once again for Zimbabwe. 9 runs in it. And a poor delivery. And absolutely giving no second invitation for Rory as after 12 overs, Sri Lanka in reply 82 for 2. After the couple of quick breakthroughs, these two have added on an important partnership for Sri Lanka. Zimbabwe continuing with spin.
Emlyn into his 5th over. Right arm off spin against the left-handed Russell. Slight change in the field.
Thanks, Simba.
Picture as MCA ground.
Right, here we go, boys. Next ball.
Oh, there we go. Spun. A bit of bounce as well. Most importantly, a very good area ball by Emlyn. That's exactly where he needs to be. More of that would mean that the batsman would find it pretty tough.
Indeed, and this wicket is a used wicket from yesterday as well. Latter part of this day, the bowlers will have a good say, but when you bowl on lengths like that, it will be easy pickings for the likes of Russell Ingram. Another boundary to this Sri Lanka tally. 12 boundaries now.
So Russell and Rory, they're enjoying the loose bowling given or handed to them by the Zimbabweans. Plenty of boundaries over the last over or so. 3 in fact within 6 balls. Yes, well called by Rory. He knows that his brother would find it easier against the left arm spinner as opposed to the right arm off spinner. Scrambling through for a single, and he also knows that it will be easier for him to face the off spin.
Indeed, the matchups coming into play. Always having a left hand right hand combination can help in the middle. Tossed up once again and beautifully driven away, but good work coming in the deep for Zimbabwe, showing a lot of commitment in the field now as the 2 Ingram brothers cross over for a couple of runs. Brilliant commitment being shown there. Partnership 36 of 36, racing away now Sri Lanka. Short delivery, straight punch towards the fielder. They cross over for another single. The scoreboard is ticking well and surely.
Last ball of the over by Emlyn. Russell might look to get that single so that he'll be back on strike against the left arm spin. As I mentioned before on air, the net run rate might come in handy later on as he scrambles through for another single. Into the 13th over, 91 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
Find that little spot over there.
Sri Lanka now racing away. Inside the 13 overs, 91 runs.
We go, left hand up.
A run rate of 7 runs per over. Well, the current run rate, required run rate, just 2 runs per over. I don't think Sri Lanka will want to keep this till too late. Try to finish things off quickly and boost that net run rate, as Shash mentioned later on into the tournament, into that last few group games. Surely net run rate will come into play.
Good partnership thus far. 38 runs of 38 balls.
Oh my golly, that's the spot.
Bit of spin there by Dash. Risky stroke. Better off going with the spin than against it.
Wow. What the heck?
And the juicy full toss. Oh, very, very lucky is Russell Ingram. The top edge of a full toss. That itself was a blunder. But very fortunate to ensure it landed a few steps, I would say, in front of the fielder.
Fortunately for Russell Ingram.
We go, Dash, what ball?
Just a poor cricket all around. Not the best of deliveries, not the best of shots, and not the best of fielding as well.
No run. Number 8. Good night. Ooh.
Yes, there we go. The invitation was on. A massive gap in the extra car region for Russell Ingram, and boy, did he accept that challenge.
It's brilliant batting. Too full on that occasion. Easy pickings for the likes of Russell Ingram.
Dash.
There's the scoreboard ticking now. Sri Lanka just need the 60 runs. Sri Lanka racing away, you can say. Easy work for the hosts. As once again, that has kept a tad bit low. And Zimbabwe spinners are trying to make that odd delivery talk now. As you see the lack of bounce in it.
Down the leg. He'll be called wide. Oh no, it's called leg byes by the umpire. And that's the end of the 14th over. Sri Lanka 95 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Now on Dialogue Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialogue View app. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the View app and add your Dialogue Television connection today. Dialogue, official sponsor.
.59 runs required in 186 balls. The required run rate, not even the discussion of the required run rate rather is not even needed. It's at 1.9. The current run rate at 6.86. All Sri Lanka has to do is just continue the good work. The start was given by Saman Jayanthan in the Gadiseram, and the two Ingram brothers ensuring the platform is set for a convincing victory for Sri Lanka.
Indeed, Sri Lanka aiming at back-to-back victories, important ones, and Zimbabwe will be looking right down the barrel after 2 back-to-back losses as things stand for them. But if things are to change, Zimbabwe will need to pull a rabbit out of the hat, as Emlyn got that prize wicket off in the Kadiseram. He's been brought into the attack from the commentary box end. The live score update from the game between Wales and Canada. Target of 190 being set by Wales to Canada, and Canada in reply currently 20 for 3 in 6 overs in a spot of bother, chasing a very slim target, you can say, but Wales have done well to start off in good fashion with the ball in hand. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025 being played all over Colombo. Action-packed couple of days to start off this campaign for 2025 here in Sri Lanka.
Yes, once again, Rory Ingram. The moment he sees something loose, he pounces effectively. That's been the key feature of his batting. That's why he's got so many boundaries. This one slightly short. It's placed beautifully towards that long on region and gets another boundary.
Indeed, that boundary brings up Sri Lanka's 100 as well. It's come in quick time. Zimbabwe, after that couple of wickets, they haven't been able to bust the game. It's been the Ingram brothers show here at the MCA Grounds. Once again, tossed up delivery as the Ingram brothers cross over for a run. Good cricket all around. Boundary followed up by a single, keeping that scoreboard ticking has been the name of the game for Sri Lanka from the word go.
The trend continues at MCA, the venue that this fixture has been held. Obviously, a few grounds around Colombo that this World Cup has been played, but at the MCA, it seems like chasing is the way to go. Yesterday, they had a game. New Zealand chased down 140 odd. Loss of 3 wickets, if I'm not mistaken. So even right now, Sri Lanka 102 for 2, which means the surface is conducive for chasing. The wicket flattens out beautifully as the day progresses.
And a dot ball to end the 15th over. Sri Lanka in reply 102 for 2, just 53 runs away from the target.
Right hander.
Sri Lanka.
We got 5 at the moment.
One short of a 50 partnership for the third wicket between the Ingram brothers. I mentioned at the start it was a good time for Rory to come and score 20 runs. He's done that, but his brother Russell have done even better. Not out on 28.
Right dash. Help him, maybe.
The good thing about these two is that they are able to move between wickets quickly.
Take and dash.
So that's the 50 partnership. West Indies 164 for 8 India.
Take and dash.
15 of 2 overs. That's not complete.
That's well struck, but straight out towards that long off region. Plenty of time to come back for 2. They do that.
Push the first one. Run in. Come on, guys.
So field well spread out at the moment. Tickles it round down to fine leg. Did he get some bat to that way from the umpire's call? You only take a single this time. It's leg by's call. So leg by's. But one more to the total. 107 for the loss of 2 wickets. Inching closer to the victory target as well. Things have been a bit slow, but nevertheless the runs are coming in as well for the Sri Lanka Over-50s.
Sifan Goodwin, she's a manager, Zimbabwe, the wife of the skipper. Brian Goodwin.
We go, Dash.
Good to see that they have been comfortable with Michael Adams being coach, apart from being license officer for them.
Well, you're on tour, so it doesn't matter. You'd like to have the local flavor as well.
Yeah, he's a good coach. Experienced one at that. Well fielded. He's been falling on the ground. Stuart Kashula, big unit. The full toss worked very well, at least another couple. They've been running those twos very well. Russell moving on to 30. Almost 7 runs and over.
That's
maintained
right.
Run rate.
So 46 required of 175 balls. That's the equation. 8 wickets in hand. So Sri Lanka Over-50s are just motoring along.
Good to see that these replacement players are doing well with the ball, with the bat. Now see, they got in Daminda Vijayasekara 3 for 15 of his 9 overs. These two 50 partnership getting over 25 runs, both of them. 16 complete, 109 for 2 Sri Lanka Over-50s in reply.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujithu 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So Russell Ingram on 30 of 38 balls. Rory Ingram on 26 of 28. Dash, none for 20. Bowled 3 overs so far. This is his 4th. Tossed up, driven down the track. He puts his boot out to that. It must
Great
have been
footwork.
It must have been painful.
Yeah, now he's limping. But he's a strong man. It just reminds me of Heath Streak, his physical stature. And the Edo Brandeis stuff. Having kept for 45 overs, must give credit to Rory Ingram. His physical fitness levels.
It's not easy with the heat and humidity.
I think we got too many out. I think we got too many out. If
So hold up play, field being set. Still that one slip in place. Lofted on the onside, one bounce to the boundary for 4.
He's batted with increasing confidence as he spends more time out in the middle. Russell Ingram. Must be quite encouraging for the coach and captain both. Suwanji Madanayaka has not batted in the previous game. Looks like he won't bat in this match too. And without sizable contributions from Indika Deseram and Saman Jayant, this is good as a team consideration concerned.
Left of the pad. As expected, an appeal will ensure. Even when Sri Lanka Over-50s are fielding.
Yeah, the fact is that he was beaten on that delivery, but it pitched outside leg stump. Good decision. The umpire, Whale. Is it? No, it's umpire Holland.
Good shape, good shape.
John Holland from England.
Hit away on the onside. Into the boundary for 4. That completes the over as well. So 17 overs completed. And Sri Lanka Over-50s 118 for 2.
Well struck once again. He's picking the gaps, he's timing the ball. The match is being played today at Bandaragama, New Zealand versus USA at the CCC Grounds, not too far away from here. West Indies versus India, that's a good game. UAE versus Namibia at St. Thomas's College Ground in Mount Lavinia. Wales versus Canada, that should be another belter of a match if Wales gets going at the Bloomfield Ground. And at the adjoining NCC Grounds, Pakistan versus Australia. That's going to be a key game here at the MCA Ground, Sri Lanka versus Zimbabwe. So CCC, MCA, Bloomfield and NCC within 1 kilometer radius. You have traveled the world. In no other country you could have first-class grounds facilities of this nature.
Oh yes, quite right. I mean, Sri Lanka has so many grounds. And look at this area. I mean, we are only talking about these few grounds. What about Naka College grounds around the corner? Well, there's so many grounds. And then we have the Thurston College grounds.
Yeah. The Royal College grounds.
Yes, the campus grounds. When you tell people that there's about 7 or 8 grounds in about 1.5 kilometer radius,
if you go if you go with a certain amount of decency, 2 kilometer radius, definitely.
I think it's under 2 kilometers.
I know.
Right, guys,
and in the heart of Colombo. Playing a miss.
Didn't use his feet, Rory Ingham. 65-run partnership between the Ingram brothers.
Full toss. Didn't quite get hold of it.
When you talk about the Ingram brothers, I also remember the Inman brothers.
Yes.
Rory and Clive.
I think Clive was the uncle to Rory.
Was it?
Yes.
Ah, is it? Oh, they made such a big splash during their playing days here and in England. They were even before your time, Eric.
Clive, certainly. Way before my time.
What about Rory?
Rory was just after me, I think.
Is it St. Peter's, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, those other two brothers were the Abhisekar brothers. Real entertainers.
we go. Come on, Dash.
Hit away on the onside. Picked up just inside the boundary at long on. Not the single.
Stand up.
You know, I'm surprised people like Uezul Karnain and Deepal Madhurapirma are not keen in playing over-50s cricket, over-60s cricket.
There we are, another match. Pakistan 208 all out in 40.1 overs. Australia 94 for no wicket after 13 overs. Target is 210 for Australia. They're 94 for no wicket after 13.
Come on, Dash.
Strong batting lineup.
Absolutely.
The true Andrews, they score very rapidly.
Dashy. Right leg.
So Tony Clark leading Australia. He would want to make a statement with all that. 18 overs completed meanwhile. Needing 155 to win 121 for 2 Sri Lanka over-50s.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Looks like Nalaka Fernando here.
Yeah, Nalaka Fernando, also known as Nando.
Not the eatery.
He lives in Zimbabwe.
Hey, brother is watching the cricket here. He played for Police Masters Cricket. He goes as Himbutugoda. Maybe their ancestral name.
Oh, full toss. It will be on the onside, so long on will come into play.
Stand up.
So there's a partnership, 69 of 69 balls, so run ball partnership for this third wicket.
This is good. They didn't get a chance to play in the first game. Now they've made their mark with some heady batting. It's good. They've had a good game. He had a good stumping or good catch, Rory. Then Russell held on to a good catch coming in from the mid-wicket boundary. So they've contributed towards the team cause in a very positive manner.
So tap and a run on the offside. Another single. 32 required to win of 159 balls. 8 wickets in hand. So Sri Lanka Over-50s cruising at the moment. It's only a matter of time before this game is concluded.
Next game for Sri Lanka is against Namibia, and should they win that, they'll be very confident winning 3 of their games in a row. On form, they should do that here and at the IMC Grounds in 2 days' time.
Play and a miss, beats the wicket keeper as well.
That ball turned.
4 byes.
Malcolm Jones was also beaten.
So So 12 extras so far. 6 wides, 2 leg byes and 4 byes. Going for the sweep shot. Didn't quite get hold of it. End of the over, 19 completed. The Sri Lanka Over-50s, 127 for 2.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Looks like Russell is hungry for runs, so he'll probably play for his half century.
Yes, he has a strike at the moment. 28 required to win. Tossed up and driven. Long on will tidy up.
Bartender! Beautiful.
So this is vice captain Darshan Wagmaria. Batted well for his 30 plus with the lower order in the Zimbabwe innings. Found the gap. Another double. Good for them. They'll have a free day tomorrow to recover. Good food at MCA.
Ricochets off the hand. Perhaps hurt his hand in the rush.
Painful, painful.
Full ball drive. When you get a hand to it and you take the sting of that, now they want some ice out.
Yeah, the problem was that he was sort of not probably balanced to feel that delivery. Concern for the managers. The miracle spray. That should fix things up.
Will technology really end up in terms of all these sprays and things like that? For injuries, running injuries, as say, running repairs. And there, New Zealand made 211 all out in 40 overs versus USA. And USA 40 for 3 out of 12 overs. The target is 212, and they are 40 for 3. USA Over-50s.
To get New Zealand bowled out for 211 with 5 overs remaining, that's an achievement for USA Over-50s. But yes, that's a very good batting and bowling unit from down under. They chased a 250 total in a practice match at Coles Ground against Australia and won. Yeah, some of the strong teams, Australia, New Zealand, Sri Lanka. We don't know too much about India.
There we are. That's what really happened.
Wagmaria. Yeah. You're tired. You are looking for a little bit of respite. Yeah, he'll be okay. He'll walk off the field, that's another story, but he'll be okay. He has to be. He bats and bowls.
That's right.
Yeah, apart from all these other aspects, just like the media where we are involved, the physios, the masseurs, that's also a story with this World Cup involved. I don't think any of the teams have brought the medical backup staff.
I think some of the teams have.
Do have, is it?
Yes, I think I saw one of the leaflets. They have brought a
Physio.
medical staff. No, medical staff.
Doctor, you mean?
Perhaps a doctor. Or perhaps a sports medicine specialist. So they're giving a lot of focus on to injuries as well.
Yeah, obviously, you got to keep them happy. Apart from this World Cup, they have those Masters matches back home, tours. It's becoming slowly big business.
It is. And we're talking about over-50s, over-60s, over-70s. There's 3 categories.
And over-40s.
Over-40s.
Yeah. Yeah, I would love to see Bangladesh involved.
Got to change a bowler.
Surprised Kenya is not involved.
Coming over to you.
I think the membership for this has been thrown open to all these countries. And look, we can see Canada in the mix, and so is the USA. The Welsh are also there.
Scotland, notable absentee.
Yes.
And Wales.
Maybe they can't find...
Maybe, certainly Scotland, they should be able to get over 50 players.
3 to come.
Good question. Perhaps as the tournament goes along, we'll find these gaps being filled up as well.
Yeah, the next Commonwealth Games is in Scotland after it was missed by Victoria, Australia. So the 20th over, they're going at almost 7 and over, 6.6 plus rate of scoring.
Now adjustments the field. So is the slip coming in? No. A man coming to short third man.
78-run partnership between these two. They batted sensibly, not try to overhit or push themselves to a limit where they play with risk like that. Brilliant shot. Full toss all right, but you got to still play the shot.
Quite right. Effortless. So takes him along to 45. And the total up to 135 for 2 after 19.5. So 20 more runs required of 151 balls, 8 wickets in hand. No guessing who'll win this match.
It kept low as he went to play across the line.
Right, so 20 overs completed, and Sri Lanka Over-50s 136 for 2.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue Viewer.
I want to hit those footmarks. Here we go, boys! Come on, Nando. See if you can hit him again, Nando.
Sri Lanka now just 19 runs away from victory. Russell Ingram inching close to an half century as well. It's been a solid third wicket partnership between these two. If they finish the game off, they will reach that 100-run partnership as well.
They batted so well, they should finish it off.
And no, that was the one.
Sri Lanka now just going through the phases, just
50.
maybe 3 or 4 overs.
no,
They'll
that's
wrap
great ball,
things
that.
up here at the
That was the
MCA
one.
Grounds. Hasn't been an easy day for Zimbabwe, Haritha.
Yeah, it's not easy playing 2 matches. In a couple of days, they'll have to have a rest and then come back and play 2 more games. So 5 days, 4 matches. That's a lot.
Dude, that's a lot in this day and age, especially, and even the prime players. It would be an absolute task.
See, he's not using his feet, Russell Ingram, playing from one position.
That's the 50 for Russell Ingram. He brings up his half century, courtesy that boundary, as the brother acknowledges him. Ingram with a brilliant half ton. 51 of 55 deliveries. Led his team well after coming to the middle when it was 53 for 2. And he's added an important innings here.
See the 8 fours and the strike rate of 90 plus. That's the key for his performance that we consider. He wants to finish this early. He almost paid a heavy price. 21 completed, 142 for 2 Sri Lanka over-50s in reply.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialogue View app, and welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app, and thepapare.com.
Sri Lanka just 13 runs away now. Wide delivery to start off for Parsons. Craig Parsons, who went off nursing an injury, but he's back to bowl. Great commitment once again, as you see Zimbabwe contingent players and their wives. They're enjoying their time here. Rory Ingram looks quite solid with the bat in hand.
90-run partnership so far between the two.
It's been an Ingram brothers show in reply. Straight over the bowler's head once again. Will just be the single out of the early onslaught from Saman Jayant and Indika Disseram. Two Ingram brothers have done well to take Sri Lanka over the line. Just 11 runs away now. And this win will give a very big boost to the net run rate as well for Sri Lanka. Winning and winning big in both games. Just what you want to start off your campaign. Ingram now throwing this chicken kitchen sink at it now. Trying to finish this off and taking the arm on, and well, a judged run between the two brothers as they are slowly and steadily ticking down the runs. Now just the single digit score needed for Sri Lanka. A partnership of 93 runs and in just 89 deliveries. That shows that these two batsmen have absolutely dominated proceedings here at the MCA Grounds. And lofted over. That's a couple of bounces into the fence. Ingram now racing away as Sri Lanka reach the 150 mark in no time. Sri Lanka now one shot away from victory.
You think they will hit a 6?
Haven't seen a 6 during this partnership, Haritha. Would love to see a 6 to finish things off, because these two have absolutely batted brilliantly.
Since you said one stroke away from winning, that's why I'm wondering.
Always finishing off with a 6 can be quite eye-catching. Hard days of work for both teams. Sri Lanka surely will be the happier side as the game ends. Just the toss going right for Zimbabwe. From there on, it was tough going for them. And is that the win? Looks like it is. White ball, 6 runs rather, as we wanted, Haritha. A maximum to win the game, as these two have driven Sri Lanka to a massive win against Zimbabwe. An 8-wicket win here at the MCA Grounds for Sri Lanka, following their convincing win yesterday against the USA Over-50s. Ingram brothers guiding Sri Lanka here at the MCA Grounds, as Russell Ingram just punishes that bad delivery to a maximum.
He was seeing the ball very well, batted extremely well, very sensible. That's what it's all about.
The only 6 in that partnership coming right at the end. Sri Lanka have absolutely found themselves quite comfortably in the end this afternoon here at the MCA Grounds.
In the final analysis, both of them making runs, the unbroken 100 partnerships. These are small things that matters a lot. In the final analysis, Shanta Gunasekara, the manager, and Shane Fernando, the captain, both part of Lanka Masters Cricket Association, who's organizing this IMC 4th Over-50s World Cup 2025 Sri Lanka. Yeah, well played, Russell and Rory. Rory kept for 45 overs and then was on the field for about 19 overs, I suppose.
Did a brilliant scorecard in reply for Sri Lanka. Saman Jayant and Indika Desiram started off well and started off with a bang. Gave Sri Lanka a flying start. 20 of 14 for Saman. Indika Desiram 25 of 16, and then in came the Ingram brothers. Rory Ingram played second fiddle to his brother Russell Ingram. 35 of 42 for Ingram. Russell 63 of 59. So a convincing batting card for Sri Lanka Over-50s here at the MCA against Zimbabwe. Just the 13 extra, 7 wides, 2 leg byes and 4 byes. So an early finish and a big finish in the end for Sri Lanka Over-50s with the bat.
only 2 bowlers were successful. They would have thought otherwise. Stuart Kashula 1 for 23 and Emmeline Kuhn 1 for 50. But still expensive, Kuhn in particular, going at over 7 and over. Just take a look at Jimmy. He just bowled 2 overs. He was hit around the park very easily. The most economical was, I thought, 5 overs bowled by Stuart and Kashula made batters trouble a little bit making those runs.
And the highlights of that innings from Sri Lanka. An absolutely dominated performance with the bat in hand. It was Saman Jayanta who started off well and started off in some fashion. Took the attack on to the Zimbabwe bowlers. Absolutely punished them all around the park.
Viseram supported him well in that opening partnership of 37 runs. They hit the ball to all parts before this dismissal of Saman Jayanta. Viseram then got going, played some delightful shots in partnership with Rory Ingram. But he would have probably wanted to get some runs. He had failed and then missed this complete of Kuhn. That brought in Russell to join Rory, and it was a different story altogether.
Indeed, it was an Ingram Brothers show at the end for Sri Lanka Over-50s. They steer Sri Lanka to a very demanding and a massive win. Just what you want when you just start the campaign. 2 wins out of 2 for Sri Lanka, and both chasing as well, so that will bring a lot of confidence in the team as well and in the batting lineup. All batsmen coming into the park. Last evening it was Ruin Pires.
See, the good thing about it is he was very good off the front foot, off the back foot on either side of the wicket, and that's what you absolutely want from your batters. Making a well-deserved 50. Russell Ingram didn't stop at that. He played shots all round even after that, and this last shot that really got everything going with that 6.
Indeed, a dominated performance from Sri Lanka to give their second win in the tour campaign of this IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. As you see the match summary of this game, Zimbabwe, after winning the toss, were bundled out for 154.
Top score came from Richard Jarvis. He made 42. Then at the bottom of the order, Darshan Wagmaria made 31, while Stuart Kashula chipped in with 24. Daminda Vijayasekara 3 for 15 off his 9 overs. Saman Jayanta 2 for 10 off his 9 overs. Very economical. Shane Fernando, the captain, bowled last, and 2 for 6 was good. Breno Gononi held on to 2 catches. Sri Lanka Over-50s in reply, 156 for 2. Russell Ingram 63 not out. Rory Ingram 35 not out after Indika Diseram 25 and Saman Jayanta 20 had given them the start they wanted. 103 run unbroken. Third wicket partnership by the brothers to take Sri Lanka Over-50s home. Stuart Kashula and Emmeline Kuhn, the wicket takers for Zimbabwe Over-50s.
Indeed, a brilliant win for Sri Lanka Over-50s led by Shane Fernando. And upcoming fixtures in the IMC Over-50s 45 over World Cup rather. Pool A, England versus USA at Mount Lebanon, Namibia versus Zimbabwe at CCC Grounds in Colombo 7. Sri Lanka will take on UAE in Pusa Grounds in Bandaragama. And then in Pool B, South Africa will take on Australia, which is going to be quite an interesting clash at the BRC Grounds. Canada versus West Indies here at the MCA. And then India take on Wales at CCC. So more exciting fixtures coming up from the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. A break nevertheless in the next tomorrow rather, and we'll be back on the 12th. So Exciting times ahead here in Colombo at the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025, and that's it from us here at MCA Grounds in Colombo. Stay tuned with the Papare for more news from the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025, and till we see you, it's goodbye from all of us here at MCA.